Our story began with a calling to serve those who sacrificed so much for our country. Where others saw limitation, we saw potential. We moved forward with a shared passion and commitment to strengthen our profession and transform lives. Together, we push for progress. We challenge the status quo and create new opportunities. Together, our voice is stronger and our impact is greater, advancing our mission and helping each other thrive. Together, we empower our community and inspire our next generation. We are on a continuous journey to learn, grow, and reach new heights. With our shared vision, we have the power to transform the health of society. We are APTA.
Good morning. On behalf of the American Physical Therapy Association, thank you for joining us for what promises to be a historic, enlightening event, the first ever Future of Physical Therapy Summit. I'm Tara Jo Manal, Vice President for Scientific Affairs at APTA, and I'll be your MC. We're thrilled that you've joined us today, whether you're here in Washington, D.C., or whether you are joining us virtually. As you can see from the program, we have planned to pack a lot in to our time together. And we're going to do our best to keep things moving along. To that end, you can help by sticking to the time limits on breaks and lunch today. We don't want you to miss a thing, so please be ready to go at the times we announce and in your seats. We will help by displaying a countdown clock, as you saw, that will help you know when the programming will resume. Okay? So on with the show. As you might imagine, producing an event like this is a huge team effort and no small amount of monetary support. We're fortunate to have assembled a team of amazing volunteers and staff who have shepherded this event from the earliest planning stages to where we are now. And we're delighted that several entities stepped up to sponsor our summit. We'll be recognizing each of those sponsors throughout the day. Let's show them our appreciation right now for their generosity.
We help customers every day. We ensure customers have the right solutions at the right time. Visit performancehealth.com and easily navigate to Performance Preferred. Our Performance Preferred products feature industry-leading brands like TheraBand, Rolyan, Kramer, and more.
With up to 2 times massage force, it turns your shower into a daily massage. In 9 clinical studies, it was shown to help soothe muscles, increase flexibility, and promote a restful night's sleep so you can be your best.
Once again, thank you to all of our sponsors. Now I'd like to introduce you, yes, please. Now I'd like to introduce you to today's first speaker, APTA President Sharon Dunn. Many of you already know Sharon. If you've attended an APTA conference or House of Delegates over the past few years, she's probably said or done something memorable. Notice I said memorable, which leaves some room for interpretation. Seriously, those of us who have met Sharon or have been active at APTA under her leadership or have simply spent some time around her know that she is an inspiration, a true servant leader and a visionary who understands the day-to-day practicalities involved in advancing goals. That is a rare combination. In many ways, there couldn't be a more fitting way to begin this summit than by hearing from Sharon, who never loses sight of the potential for what we do today to shape our future. As APTA president, she's led the effort to leverage the association's 100th anniversary as an opportunity to build the foundation for the next century of APTA and our profession. The future includes a strong emphasis on making the physical therapy profession as diverse as the patients we serve. In fact, today's event is actually a sponsor to all proceeds going to the APTA Campaign for Future Generations initiative. The campaign is working throughout the association's centennial year to raise money for the Minority Scholarship Fund and other programs to strengthen diversity, equity, and inclusion in the profession. About Sharon herself, Sharon Dunn is the Dean of the School of Allied Health Professions and an Associate Professor of Rehabilitation at Louisiana State University, Shreveport. She's been on faculty at LSU Shreveport for 24 years, in positions spanning chief physical therapist, instructor, to program director of the DPT program and director of the orthopedic residency, for which she was instrumental in acquiring and gaining accreditation. She's a board-certified physical therapist in orthopedic physical therapy. She's been a leader for the profession, not only in her current position at APTA president, but in her previous roles, such as president of APTA Louisiana. She's a former recipient of the Alan A. Copping Excellence in Teaching Award and a nationally invited keynote speaker, peer-reviewed publisher of numerous scientific articles and posters. She received her bachelor's degree in physical therapy and her master's in health sciences from LSU Shreveport, and her PhD in cellular biology and anatomy from the university's School of Graduate Studies. Please welcome to the stage APTA President Sharon Dunn.
Whether you're showing off your favorite mask with us here at Capitol Turnaround in Washington, D.C., or you're among the hundreds of folks watching remotely today through the Shindig platform, I especially want to thank our truly outstanding speakers and panelists. Some are in the room with us today, while some are overseas in far-off time zones. A few have prepared recorded remarks, and in every case, I'm excited to hear what they have to say. We're here today to think about the future of our profession and the ways we can make a difference in the health of society, as clinicians, as collaborators, as citizens. That's something we shouldn't relegate to special events like this. We should always be reaching, always have an eye out for where we want to be headed and the opportunities that will help us get there. But from a broader cultural standpoint, thinking about the future is one of those things that tends to be more exciting around major milestones. That's what makes the timing of this event so important. A few years back, I delivered an address to our APTA House of Delegates in which I shared images from the late 19th century. These were drawings of what some people thought were how things would look in the year 2000. As usually happens with predictions, some were more or less on target, and some were way, way off. Then or now, what matters isn't the eventual accuracy of those predictions, but the palpable sense of excitement for where we might be headed. We had the same sort of fascination with the future here in the United States in the post-World War II era, and on into the so-called space race era of the early 1960s, when the future again seemed so promising. Then the adoption of the home computer, the proliferation of the internet, and the looming 2000s inspired another round of what might be excitement. For the record, I'm still waiting for Scotty to beam me up. Unfortunately, right now, we don't seem to be filled with excitement for the future. Not in this country, anyway. Between climate change, growing political tribalism, the reach social media has into our lives, and so many other factors, the future sometimes seems less hopeful, less wondrous than it once did. And that was before the global pandemic came along. As of early 2020, we stopped looking further ahead than the next COVID-19 milestone. Could we flatten the curve? When would vaccines arrive? When would the vaccinated outnumber the unvaccinated? When would we get to see our loved ones again? It's hard to think about the possibilities of the future might hold when we're longing to get back to normal. We've been yearning for the past, the easygoing, mask-free, hug-sharing, travel-friendly past. But maybe that makes the perfect time to think about the future, because it requires a collective act of faith. And faith is what makes possible brighter futures. Faith is what allows us to believe that what isn't what must be. I'm not talking about faith in the strictly religious sense of that word, although for many of us, that kind of faith is an important part of our lives. I'm talking about the part of us that embraces something more than what's in it for me, what's the path of least resistance, or what's the safest course of action. Faith liberates us to look outside of our own experience. Faith makes us believe in what firsthand evidence might suggest is impossible. The physical therapy profession is facing challenges right now, problems without easy solutions. Student debt that's too high, payment that's too low, administrative burden, burnout, productivity incentives that don't motivate us to maximize what we're licensed to provide, and that list could go on. In times like this, we need faith. And if yours needs restoring today, I think you're going to encounter people who will do just that. This event includes people from a variety of locations and backgrounds. They'll all be talking about the future in one form or another, about possibilities for building our community, advancing our profession, and improving the health of society. It's important to recognize that while those are, in a sense, goals for our future, they're not finish lines. There's no point at which we will be well served to stop building our community, advancing our profession, and improving the health of society. It will always need to happen. It's a path we never stop following. Thinking about the future of our profession, about what it might look like after the next 100 years, is exciting and energizing. But let's never forget that the future isn't something that springs itself on us. We didn't go to sleep one night with a rotary phone beside our bed and wake up the next morning to the alarm on our iPhone. The future trickles into the present, changing things so gradually that with very rare exception, we can't identify when things went from before to after. But remember that the future isn't only what could be, it's what we make it. If we refuse to change or grow, we'll live in the present forever. This Future of Physical Therapy Summit isn't about treatment philosophies or techniques. It isn't about determining the best way to recover after surgery or to prevent ACL tears. It's bigger than that. This event is about recognizing that what's unimaginable is within reach, and that it's up to us to reach for it, not as individuals, but as one community. So let's embrace our future by honoring our past. Today, let's think of this summit like that first meeting of APTA's foremothers 100 years ago. Let's believe that this is the beginning of something special. Let's have faith that our best days are ahead of us, something so spectacular we can only begin to imagine it. Thank you. And now I'm delighted to introduce one of two surprise special guests today. Our first special guest is the United States Secretary of Commerce, Gina Raimondo, who will be joining us virtually. I want to thank our fellow physical therapist colleague, Michelle Colley, for connecting our team with Secretary Raimondo when she heard we were holding this event. Previously, the governor of Rhode Island, the first female governor, Secretary Raimondo, is focused on leading federal government efforts to spur good-paying jobs, empower entrepreneurs to innovate and grow, and to help American workers and businesses compete. Since the Secretary took office earlier this year, she's already taken on important topics, being front and center in discussions surrounding our national infrastructure and encouraging more focus on establishing equity in the workforce. Please join me in welcoming our Secretary of Commerce, Gina Raimondo.
Thank you, Sharon, for that kind introduction and for your inspirational remarks. I was able to hear your comments and could not agree more that we need faith and we need to care about things outside of our own personal interests. So good for you for highlighting that, and thank you for inviting me today. It's very special for me to be here with you this morning. Michelle Colley, who is one of your colleagues, is not only a dear friend of mine, but is a big part of the reason that I was able to continue full force as governor during the pandemic, because she continued to treat me as my PT. And I'm not sure I could have kept going actually without her care. So not only as a policymaker, do I believe in physical therapy because it reduces costs and drives outcome and is based in good science, but on a personal level, I have lived it. My daughter, who's a ballet dancer, also couldn't do what she does and loves to do without her physical therapist. So you can count me as among the many champions of PTs in the American Physical Therapy Association. And again, not only have I supported PTs in my time as governor, but on a very personal level, I want to say thank you to all of you for the work that you do, the life-giving work that you do every day to allow your patients to continue to live their lives, continue to be ballet dancers, continue to be governors, continue to be moms, continue to be healthy. So I just have to say thank you for that. I also will say, don't forget about little Rhode Island. Michelle and I firmly believe that Rhode Island is strong but mighty. And I can tell you all that I know from experience as governor that the PT Association in Rhode Island is incredibly strong and tightly knit. Michelle's a great leader in our community back home. So obviously I want to congratulate you all for reaching your centennial milestone. It is such an achievement. And in some ways, back to what Sharon was just saying, I feel like you're just getting going. You have a 100-year milestone, but the next 100 years, I think will be when you really thrive. People are, every day waking up to the power of physical therapy. And so congratulations on this milestone, but really best wishes as you move forward and continue to expand. I also want to recognize how rough these past 18 months have been for you and for all healthcare workers. So I want to thank you for that. Managing my state as governor through the pandemic, I worked incredibly closely and collaboratively with all of our healthcare workers, including physical therapists. And it was a very difficult year for you. So I just want to say thank you on behalf of President Biden. I want to say thank you to your devotion and determination and resilience and professionalism to your patients this past 18 months. I know it's been incredibly difficult. As we move forward, I would say it's important that we strengthen our collaboration among all of our healthcare professionals. And in this regard, as I said, I believe the best is ahead for physical therapists. What you provide and the way you deliver care is exactly what this healthcare system needs. It is focused on prevention. And the reason I say that is because you are focused on prevention. You are focused on kind of a mindfulness and the individual taking responsibility for their healthcare. You are a science-based, cadre of top-notch healthcare professionals. And this is why I say it's exactly what the healthcare system needs. It is proven that PT leads to better outcomes and lower costs. And that is exactly where we need to take the American healthcare system. I'll tell you a 10-second anecdote about my daughter, who's my age, who again couldn't do what she does without PT. She recently had a little problems with her hip. We went to the PT. We actually went to the doctor. The doctor said, go to your PT. She's doing PT. It's going great. Do you know what that means? No MRI cost, no surgery cost, and a very happy young ballerina. That's what we're talking about. High quality, better outcomes, much less expensive than surgery, rehab, MRI. And for those who have the surgery, we all know, and I don't have to tell you, how effective PT can be in making sure that it's successful. So I would simply say, as I've already said, it's important for you to grow your ranks and continue doing what you're doing. As governor, I was hugely supportive of the physical therapy program at University of Rhode Island, which is our land-grant university. And I also think that's another thing that we have to work on together, not just supporting physical therapists and reimbursement for physical therapy and allowing you to practice at the very top of your license, because that's all critical, but also universities and programs so we can continue to expand the profession. I think that is critical. The last thing I'll say, obviously I'm here not only because I am a true believer in physical therapy, but I'm here on behalf of the president. And I do want you to know that President Biden is a also strong supporter of you, wanted me to express on his behalf to you today his gratitude for your hard work, as always, but especially these past 18 months. President Biden's Build Back Better agenda is all about expanding access to healthcare for millions of Americans across the country, and doing that in a way that makes sure everybody has access and that we drive down costs. From the beginning, the health of Americans has been a priority to the president and will continue to be so. Obviously, the Delta variant is a real challenge right now. I'm proud of the president's leadership, pushing Americans to get vaccinated, pushing the booster shots. He is pushing very hard now before Congress his Build Back Better agenda to reduce health insurance premiums, to expand dental, vision, and hearing for Medicare, and again, is a big supporter of physical therapy. The president's also pushing for expanded home care. All of these things fit right into your core mission, getting people into the healthcare setting, which is low cost, high value. Keeping folks out of hospitals and out of nursing homes is good for patients and good for our healthcare system. That's what the president believes in, and that is exactly a core piece of your mission. So I will say, like all of you who've dedicated your lives to this, I believe President Biden believes in empowering all people to live healthy, independent lives. And that's the cause to which you have dedicated your professional careers. So I'm here also, I will tell you, the last thing I'll say is this. My job, as Sharon said, as Commerce Secretary, is to promote innovation, to promote entrepreneurship, and to create jobs and support businesses. Your industry is becoming more and more important. You are, in addition to healthcare professionals, entrepreneurs, innovators, business owners. And I think your industry is going to get bigger and more important as it relates to the economy, the number of people that you employ and provide good jobs to, not just healthcare. And so I will end by saying, I am here for you on behalf of the Commerce Department. Thank you for your incredible work. Thank you for contributing to our economy and all the folks that you employ. And just know that I and my team at the Commerce Department are here to support you. And I hope you know that, and I hope you reach out to me if I can be helpful. And I have no doubt that Dr. Michelle Colley will give me a call if she thinks I can ever do anything to support you and your industry. So have an awesome conference, and congratulations on 100 years.
Thank you so much, Secretary Raimondo. I'm fortunate to welcome two very special guests who will be participating by way of video. Tim Shriver, Chair of the Special Olympics International Board of Directors, and Loretta Claiborne, athlete and director on the board. Tim Shriver, who joined Special Olympics in '96, is a leading educator who focuses on the social and emotional factors in learning. He co-founded and currently chairs the Collaboration for Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning, and leading school reform organization in the field of social and emotional learning. He's a member of the Council on Foreign Relations, co-chair of the National Commission on Social and Emotional Learning, and president of the Joseph P. Kennedy Foundation. Tim will be joined by Special Olympics athlete Loretta Claiborne. Loretta is a member of the Special Olympics International Board, but even more exciting, she's a Special Olympic medalist who earned gold medals in the half marathon at the '91 and '96 World Games. In addition, Loretta has competed in more than 26 marathons and finished in the top 100 runners at the Boston Marathon, not once, but twice. She speaks 4 languages and holds honorary doctoral degrees from Quinnipiac and Villanova universities. In '96, she received ESPN's Arthur Ashe for Courage Award, and her life was the basis of a Disney movie, The Loretta Claiborne Story. APTA is very proud that we have an official partnership with Special Olympics, and honored that both Tim and Loretta took the time to record this message for us today. Here are Tim Shriver and Loretta Claiborne.
Hello, everyone. I'm Tim Shriver, and I'm enormously honored to be the chair of Special Olympics International, and I'm enormously honored to be welcoming all of you, the entire community of people in the world of physical therapy, to join with us, to listen to our stories, to connect with our athletes, and to partner with us for a new and more just and more healthy future. Physical therapists have been a lifeline for people with intellectual disabilities, not because they're injured, not because they're sick, not because they have something wrong with them, but because their bodies are hungering for health, for fitness, for the capacity to stretch, to be strong, to be capable, to be in the game. And that's what physical therapists have done for our athletes for over 50 years. Today, we're at a moment of reckoning. Have we gone far enough? No. Is the healthcare system equal and fair for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities? No. Do we have deep enough partnerships to end the inequalities and the inequities and the barriers in the system? Not yet. But this year, we have the chance to take advantage of this partnership. You will have the extraordinary pleasure of listening to my colleague, Dr. Alicia Pisano, a lifelong practitioner and expert in the field of intellectual disability, and we together have the chance to break down barriers and make the world of physical therapy accessible, open, and transformative for people with intellectual disabilities. I thank you. And I dare say you will be as proud and happy and changed as our athletes will. We like to think of the Special Olympics movement as a movement for people with intellectual disabilities, but it is also a movement from them. And when you welcome them to your practice, as so many of you know, your lives will be deepened, strengthened, changed. Your commitment to your profession will grow and be magnified, and your sense of purpose and transformation will be made whole. Welcome to Dr. Bazzano. Welcome to all of you, and welcome to a new era in which health justice and health equity are the norm, and physical therapists, in partnership with Special Olympics, are leading the way.
Hello, my name is Loretta Claiborne. I am the Chief Inspirational Officer for Special Olympics International. I've been a Special Olympics athlete since 1970. That's 51 years. People with intellectual disabilities face challenges every day with their health. But more important, they also come to a time in their life where they would have to have physical therapy and retaining their health. It's important to stay fit and active. I've been fit and active for 51 years, probably more than that before I started Special Olympics. I never forget the time I had my first surgery on my feet. I have a lot of medical conditions with orthopedic conditions, so that involves my feet. And I can remember when I first had my first surgery, I had no therapy at all. Several years later, I had surgery on my knees. In fact, I had 2 surgeries on my knees. And I remember going to a physical therapist. The first time I went, it was kind of difficult because I don't think they understood a person like me who has intellectual disabilities. But the second time when I went after my second surgery, the physical therapist talked to me and I asked them questions. They looked me in the face. They listened to what I had to say. And I had questions just like anybody else. I wanted the same treatment as everyone else. The physical therapist, I got to know them because they talked plain language. They didn't talk over my head, like what's this meniscus thing or anything like that. They explained the part of my knee that needed to be strengthened, and they worked with me. I would like you to continue your education on working with people with intellectual disabilities. I know my story is just one of many stories. You can be more inclusive by getting more education, furthering your education on how to work with people with intellectual disabilities. What I would like every one of you to do is to go out tomorrow and sign up to learn about how you can volunteer with a Special Olympics program. We have a Special Olympics program in every state across the U.S. You can learn more at www.specialolympics.org. It gives me a great honor to introduce Dr. Alicia Bazzano, our Chief Health Officer for Special Olympics International. Thank you.
Good morning. So this is the second time in recent months that I've actually had to speak after Tim Shriver and Loretta Claiborne. And now, after Sharon and the secretary, you know, how hard is that? Usually, Sharon, after a comedy or music show, you know, the main attraction's supposed to come after the opening act, not vice versa. I'm not even funny. But if I can, I'll share with you a story, something I'll never forget. I was sitting in the orthopedic office with my 2.5-year-old son. My husband at the time was a pediatric neurology fellow, and he was on call for the hospital, so I was alone when the doctor came in. And he said, and I quote, "Well, I don't know why they didn't tell you. It's obvious he has CP. I'm sorry, but in a way you should be grateful. He may never be a soccer player, but look, he's cognitively intact. He's got about a 50-50 chance of having surgery by the time he's 10, but we'll try to avoid that. Better if we try Botox and casting every few months, of course. Now look, you can try physical therapy, certainly, but frankly, I haven't seen it do much good. You can probably do just as well by keeping him flexible and just doing stretches at home. Well, you know, I held it together being a doctor. You can't cry. So I went for the Botox. This orthopedist and his very well-meaning orthopedic tech hold my son down, prone, as they inject Botox 6 times into each of his calves. Then they flip him over to put on the casts. And so my son's screaming the whole time. He was not happy with this plan. The tech's sweet, and he's trying. He's saying, "Oh, what color do you want for your casts?" And my son answers, "Turquoise, turquoise." And the providers are saying, "What? What do you say?" They think he's babbling, right? So finally he gets green casts, which are not turquoise. So the minute he gets a chance to sit up, my little son kicks the orthopedist right in the groin. And as he's hunched over, he mumbles, "On second thought, maybe it is time for you to see the PT." And refers us to a physiatrist as well. We never saw him again, actually. So even as a pediatrician, I'm going to this appointment and I don't know what to expect. You probably get this all the time, right? We might write these orders, PT 2 times a week, but we don't know what we're writing, right? How many times have we made assumptions and gotten it totally wrong? So our PT, Carla, is sitting on the floor, and she's just fun. She's giving my son bags to throw, and more importantly, she's giving him confidence. She's asking me about our family, and she's making me feel heard and listened to. I cried that day. I was in tears, and I very quickly shared with Carla my fears, my hopes, my shame. Internally, I still had thoughts that maybe I did something to cause my son's condition. As a mother, I felt inadequate. I wasn't good enough. Carla gave both me and my son comfort and confidence. She was amazing. She was my lifeline. There aren't very many people that we get to work with 2 hours a week, and we have their undivided attention. Over 4 years, Carla was the one who asked the tough questions. What about Pete? What about OT as well? You should think about a plan for school. What kinds of activities is your son interested in? Those orthotics, they don't really seem to work well. What about this new kind? What kind of emotional and other supports do you need for yourself and for your kids? Carla was the engine that got my son going and got me moving, and she was also moving. Oh my gosh, Carla was moving really fast all the time. I don't know how she did it. She had more paperwork to do than the IRS requires. She was constantly working with my insurer, and I'm sure hundreds of others, trying to get them to understand that we needed therapy. And not only did we need therapy, we needed comprehensive care. She was getting a lot of pressure from work. She was being told to increase productivity, increase satisfaction, get everybody out of PT as quickly as possible. I don't know how she did it. So fast forward a couple of years, and my son is no longer in physical therapy. He did not need surgery. In addition to rock climbing, swimming, mountain biking, he's actually performing in a ballet in 2 weeks. Thank you. Thank you. But we owe that to Carla. I will never forget her, and I can assure you that I am not alone. Millions, and I mean millions, of families with children and adults with intellectual and developmental delays and diagnoses and disabilities are grateful to you for the work you do every day under the hardest of circumstances. I hope you hold that in your hearts. Now, fast forward even further to COVID. We all have so much going on around us, in the US, around the world. In the midst of the pandemic, the world looks different. COVID and its many consequences has cast a bright light on the global inequities that we face, including in healthcare. We are not all being treated equally, and that's just not acceptable anymore. Second, we're thrust into this world of technology, this world of digital tools. We were moving on this path, but COVID has dramatically accelerated how we interact with technology. Many of us stopped going to school or work as usual, and digital technology is now a permanent disruption of our previous way of working. We also find ourselves in a period when the voices of those who have been marginalized in the past are getting louder. They're rising up, demanding meaningful and lasting change. These are the changes and the challenges that you and Carla and I and every healthcare professional face, that every physical therapist faces as we look into the future together. And I have confidence that we can face them together. That's because for 20 years, we have already faced challenges together. Special Olympics and APTA have brought physical therapy to people with intellectual disabilities across the world and have improved their health. Together, we have provided free physical therapy screenings, close to 250,000 screenings, to the underserved population of people with intellectual disabilities in every US state and in over 100 countries. Together, we enable collection and publication of relevant multidisciplinary data that shows that our fitness and health interventions and screenings work. They support improvements in balance that leads to reduction in falls. They support improvements in flexibility, in strength, improvements in conditioning, and physical activity that reduce blood pressure, improve cardiovascular health, and lead to longer, healthier lives on and off the field for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And now, we are at the dawn of a new 5-year initiative to expand our Healthy Communities program, and we hope that you will play an important part. Our plan consists of 1, shifting the focus to prevention and promoting healthy lifestyle, in which physical therapists play an integral role. 2, modernizing our health screening program to include digital technology and networks of directly accessible, inclusive healthcare providers, as well as an interdisciplinary screening model so that we can detect, assess, and address conditions early. 3, training, both virtually and in person, including by our athletes, to help us as healthcare providers understand their needs and recognize our own biases. And 4, working to reform health systems to embed practices and policies that consider and count all populations, including those with intellectual and developmental disabilities. We are committed to closing the gaps and inequalities that people with intellectual and developmental disabilities face in healthcare overall and in physical therapy. And so I offer this challenge from our movement to yours. First, engage with Special Olympics athletes. Join our Healthy Communities movement. Volunteer for either virtual or in-person Healthy Athletes Fun Fitness screenings, and become an inclusive health partner by contacting your Special Olympics chapter. Together, we can continue to positively impact the health of our national community and ignite change in the healthcare system, ensuring equitable access and quality of care for all populations in need. Second, we know that many of our colleagues, including yours, didn't get training in working with those with intellectual and developmental disabilities. I know I didn't. I got 2 lectures. That's it. Work with us as we strive to make those skills and knowledge for caring for those with intellectual and developmental disabilities core competencies for all healthcare providers. We seek to train physical therapists the world over. Special Olympics is working on our inclusive health curricula as we develop modules that are patient-centered, meaningful, practical, and that can help every physical therapist do what Carla did for us, make us feel valued, treated well, and empowered to advocate. Finally, advocate for inclusive health. Partner with us on data collection to show inequalities and show how we can solve those, and educate our health systems and our government leaders on how to change policies to be more inclusive. We are no longer willing to accept business as usual. It doesn't work for everyone. We are in a new era. Together, we have already and we can continue to positively impact the health of our national community, ignite change in the healthcare system, ensure equitable access to high-quality care for all populations in need. If we can do this for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, we can do it for everyone. I'll end with this. Last week, Tim and I spent the most extraordinary day at the Parsons School of Design with a bunch of models and a famous photographer, this guy, Nigel Barker. He was on America's Top Model for like 17 years. So we're at this Fashion Week shoot, and the music's loud, and Nigel's saying, work it, and you know, he's making jokes, there's coffee and all these snacks at the back table. Everyone's wearing masks, of course, because it's COVID. Access Hollywood is there, they're interviewing these models, and the photos are gonna be like a big splash for Fashion Week. So why were Tim and I there? And why am I telling you this story? Because it was the athletes who were being photographed. They are going to be the stars of this photo shoot. They were at the center of designing a new line of inclusive sportswear. Wow, fashion, ready? Fashion, sports, health, together with our athletes at the center. One was a power lifter. He could lift 325 pounds from the floor. Another was a woman who had won gold medals in 3 sports. Like so many of our other athletes, they both had a Carla. Someone like each of you who had helped them get there. And finally, do you know what the logo of the clothing line was? Be brave. If we can embed inclusion everywhere, if we can be as brave as those athletes, we will rise to meet today's and the future's challenges. Together. Thank you.
Our partner, Dr. Alicia Bazzano, our partner. Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Scott Willis, joining us virtually from Australia. Scott is the first Indigenous man to be elected president of the Australian Physiotherapy Association, or APA. He is also the chair of the APA Reconciliation Action Plan Committee and co-director of a multidisciplinary clinic in Tasmania. He's had leadership roles within the public, primary health, private practice, rural, Indigenous, elder care, and occupational health sectors, and has experience in policy, advocacy, and the political arena. Scott has had positions on the board of directors of the Northwestern Tasmanian Division of General Practice, Tasmania's Division of Healthcare Strategic Advisory Council, and the Clinical Advisory Council of Primary Health Tasmania. And now, joining us virtually, Scott Willis.
Thank you, Tara Jo. I'd like to start by acknowledging and paying my respects to past, present and future traditional custodians and elders of this nation that you and I stand on today, and the continuation of cultural, spiritual and educational practices of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, and likewise to your Indigenous leaders on your land. G'day, I'm Scott Willis, National President of the Australian Physiotherapy Association, and I'm standing on the land of the Palawa people, or you may know it as Tasmania, that little island down the bottom of Australia that is well known for that big Tasmanian devil, or the world-class seafood, produce, beef, and that clean green environment. Look, I'm so sorry that I cannot be in person in Washington, DC today to deliver this address, but also to congratulate and celebrate with Sharon, Justin, the APTA Board of Directors and the members in attendance at the summit today. We can't wait to welcome our US and world visitors back to the land down under in the near future for our normal conferences. The Australian Physiotherapy Association has always had and always will have a close working relationship with the American Physical Therapy Association. I also want to congratulate you all on your centenary year, and more importantly, can't wait to get on that flying kangaroo and visit your new headquarters, a significant statement in securing the future for physical therapists in the United States of America. I'm so excited and so humbled to be the first Indigenous leader of the Australian Physiotherapy Association with over 30,000 members. That's a record member amount that we've ever had to date. Because I feel that I can value add to, educate, and also hold the hands of my colleagues along the pathway to reconciliation, to inclusion, to engagement, to have a healthier community. I'm going to take you on a little journey and demonstrate how reconciliation at the APA has really started to bring together, open the eyes, and really ask questions of ourselves and our actions for the betterment of the health, and not only our first Indigenous people, but also for all Australians. We are getting a sense in Australia that there is growing support from the physio community, but also the general population to support reconciliation and coming together as one nation. This is very, very evident of our national anthem, Advance Australia Fair, where we've changed the second line from "For we are young and free" to "For we are one and free." We are seeing Indigenous welcomes to country at all our sporting, business and community events. We are seeing Indigenous events being attended by more and more non-Indigenous Australians. If you look at this from a policy and advocacy view, you always look for appetite and timing for reform, appetite to change and the thirst to learn. Well, this time has arrived, and the APA are committed to provide the resources, the support and the vision to its members to assist in this journey. But it will be a long process. It won't be easy. It won't be without criticism, and it won't be without heartache, but it will definitely be not overnight as well. So what is reconciliation? At its heart, reconciliation is about strengthening the relationships between Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people and non-Indigenous peoples for the benefit of all Australians. We wanted to facilitate respect, trust, and real positive relationships between the wider Australian community. So what are the fundamentals and the foundations of reconciliation? We look at it under 5 dimensions, but they need to be interrelated. They can't be seen in isolation. So the first one, historical acceptance. We think all Australians understand and accept the wrongs of the past and the impact on Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. Or in other words, to acknowledge our past with truth-telling, but also truth-listening, which I'll talk about later. Number 2, the race relations. Or in other words, all Australians understand and value Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander and non-Indigenous cultures, their rights, but also their experiences. So in other words, we want to overcome any racism. The third is equity and equality. Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples participate equally in a range of life opportunities, and their unique rights are recognised to strengthen the focus on closing the gap of these social and health determinants. The fourth one is the institutional integrity. So we need to actively support the reconciliation by the nation's political, business and community structures, or in other words, really to improve the protection of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders' rights. And the fifth and final one is unity. An Australian society that really values and recognises Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander cultures and heritage as a part of a proud and shared national identity, or to really celebrate and promote the differing cultures. As I progress through some of these actions that the Australian Physiotherapy Association are implementing, you'll identify our strategies within these dimensions. So why has the Australian Physiotherapy Association, like many other organisations in Australia, really invested so much time, energy and resources into the Reconciliation Action Plan? An action plan that really embeds a strategic document that supports an organisation's business or strategic plan. This will drive the APA's contribution to reconciliation both internationally and internally and in the communities in which we have members living and working in. We believe that we, as one of the largest peak health bodies, we need to step up, educate, lead and assist in adding to the improved health outcomes of all Australians. So what potential does it have to engage with communities, make communities healthier and inclusive in this country that we call Australia? For me, it's all about starting a self-reflection of ourselves and our processes of starting a journey. It's not a single moment in time, it's lots of small, consistent steps, some really big strides and sometimes unfortunate backward steps. But we need to continue to be focused on actively attempting to bring everyone on this journey. The Australian Physiotherapy Association is up to its 3rd iteration of Reconciliation Action Plan, and we are now at the stage in our cultural development to start a process called truth-telling and truth-listening. This would be part of a historic acceptance dimension that I mentioned earlier. We as a nation need to be aware of why our Indigenous people's health and social determinants have significant variances compared to non-Indigenous peoples. We need to listen to the stories of the past, the impact on the culture, the impact on the people, on their heart and soul, and the impact on the Indigenous communities. So some of the lasting impacts on the social determinants for Indigenous communities include that there's 2 times higher suicide rates than non-Indigenous population rates. There's 4 times higher suicide rates in young people 15 to 19 years old than non-Indigenous young people. The life expectancy gap is approximately 8 years to non-Indigenous people. Child mortality rates are twice the rate in Indigenous children compared to non-Indigenous. Our school attendance rate sits 10% lower Indigenous compared to non-Indigenous children. Approximately 1 in 4 Indigenous people remain below the national minimum standards for reading. 19% of Indigenous students were below the national standards in numeracy. The Indigenous and non-Indigenous gap between year 12 attainment rate is still 25% difference. And the employment rate for Indigenous Australians is 49% compared to 75% in non-Indigenous Australians. So, for the APA, we wanted a framework that really provides us with a structured approach to supporting reconciliation and achieving our staff and engaged members to work towards a more just, equitable and ethical organisation. We want to fundamentally embed within the organisation and the physiotherapy profession cultural bravery, but safety for all Australians, and equal opportunities to access health and social care. We didn't want this to just be a dust collector on the shelf of the APA office or in the clinic where it never changed our practices or our biases or interaction with any Indigenous communities. But we need to understand what has happened in the past so that we can ensure it doesn't happen again, but also that we can acknowledge what has happened and understand why Indigenous peoples have cultural difference and variances, and to work together to bring the communities together and close the gap on these social and health variances. So I've spoken about truth telling, and why is it so important in the journey of successful reconciliation to all Australians? Telling the truth about our history not only brings to light colonial conflict and dispossession, but also acknowledges the strength and the resilience of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples and their culture. Because most Australians are totally unaware of the history of this country, and it's hidden from them because of the shame of how the original inhabitants of Australia have been treated in the past. So some of the examples of government policies over the years included locking up Indigenous people up on reserves or relocating them from their land on false promises, restricting their rights to education, to work, to hunting, to voting and their voice, and to take away their children, or you may have heard of it as the stolen generation. The rest of Australia did not see this happening. The government did not want to educate the non-Indigenous Australians about the actions of the past governments. This is not a finger-pointing exercise, rather an educative and acknowledgement piece. These stories can be representative of why social and health inequalities exist, why Indigenous Australians are highly represented in our justice system, our police interaction, why school and health rates are so poor. If you haven't heard of these stories and the effect it has on generational Indigenous Australians, then how can we understand the issues? So after this truth-telling, it's active and progressive, we can really learn about what was here pre-colonisation, what was here 60,000 years ago. It's the oldest living culture on this planet. Indigenous people are so gracious and want all Australians to learn and own the history, own the land management, the waterways, the spiritual stories that make up of Indigenous cultures. In terms of closing the gap on health and social inequalities between Indigenous and non-Indigenous people and reconciliation, we still see systemic racism as a leading cause of social determinants of health disparity. Many people don't think they are racist or have racist undertones, but is still present today. So moving forwards, we need to ensure that we do not continue these racist undertones, that we can assist in closing the gap and reconciliating the past and the present. This is why the APA is so committed to the Reconciliation Action Plan. I'm so proud to really lead this system and this process. We don't want to blame any of our members, but more to educate our members on what to look for within their clinical and non-clinical setting, how to deal with racist undertones, how to provide a culturally safe environment and value add to their community. So I want to share a couple of things and a couple of actions that we're seeing as part of the reconciliation processes here in Australia. So the Australian Physiotherapy Association has produced an 11-series podcast show that is named The Deadly Physios, which you can access on Apple, Spotify, or the APA's website. It includes interviews of myself and other Indigenous leaders on reconciliation, closing the gap, past experiences during their lives growing up in Australia, how to contribute to our communities, what it's like being an Indigenous physiotherapist, and what makes us a deadly physio. Not that we kill our patients, it's more that we're awesome or fantastic. So seeing more Indigenous cultural experience offered throughout the country to educate members and the public on the past, the present, the art, the spiritual ways, the food, the hunting and the like. We're providing all our members with cultural awareness training online. Learn about what Indigenous culture was, the history of our country, and how we can be active in reconciliation, but more importantly, how to safely interact with Indigenous communities and patients safely. Cultural safety training, which will be mandated by our federal regulator for all undergraduate physiotherapy students to learn about anti-racist issues. How we can call out racist remarks, how we deal with racist jokes, how to deal with racism internally and externally within your practice, departments, or your community. We provide acknowledgement to country at all APA meetings and events where we educate the participants on past Indigenous experiences or significant historical events, like the spiritual evolution of the Tasmanian devil, or learning different languages with Indigenous communities. We have a welcome to country at all our major APA conferences and events where we invite an Indigenous elder to welcome us to the land and the community, where they provide us with the history of their family, some music, some dance, everything from their mob, or a smoking ceremony to ward off evil spirits and make a pathway for a brighter future. We are seeing our internal special interest groups within the APA starting to interact and engage with Indigenous physiotherapists to provide guidance on how they can ensure cultural safe practices within their own group or entity. We have mandated that cultural safety is a consistent pillar of all our career pathways within the APA to ensure that all our physios along their lifelong learning processes are educated and have consistent messaging on how to be culturally safe in all their professional and personal lives. We have an Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Health Committee that provides direct advice to the APA board on APA business. We have increasingly employment opportunities within the APA for Indigenous peoples to assist in contributing to the success of the profession to close that gap and become culturally safe and brave. We're seeing a change in policy development and implementation at a federal government level. Indigenous people are finally being collaborated and active in co-designing strategy and implementation phases of the government's Closing the Gap initiative. This is good governance because it comes from the heart and the soul of the people you are intending to deliver services to and assist in their own social justice shortfalls. I know it sounds really, really common sense to us, but we're just seeing that now. We're seeing the expertise request of our Indigenous leaders, not only within the APA, but by external partners like universities, our insurers, large health organisations, our regulator and our credentialing bodies. We're seeing health organisations demanding an Indigenous voice on their board of directors or clinical advisory councils. We're seeing that in government reforms at federal and state levels, dedicated input, recommendations, but also outcomes for Indigenous health and social determinants. We're seeing our physios push their health companies and their organisations to implement safe cultural practices, to collect data on origins of consumer, and to acknowledge Indigenous people at every point of contact within their organisation. We're seeing our National Postal Service acknowledge the Indigenous original names of the land in which the delivery point is. We as an organisation are developing an ethical investment policy that really assesses our partners' cultural safety, but also their awareness policies to ensure it fits into our vision and purpose. Our flagship communication platforms embed information, events, news, and cultural activities for all members to have access to. But finally, and I think one of the major things that I'm very proud of, is our new strategic plan overtly states that we will be the leader in the health sector on reconciliation and closing the gap. I really think that sends a loud voice to all our members that this is important, that we're not going to be push it to the side, and we're not going to give it just lip service. So, in summary, We want to be culturally brave, not just safe. We want to challenge our members, our staff, our health sector, and ultimately our consumers to ensure we all value and recognise Indigenous cultures, the knowledge, the connection to sea and land, but the ways of healing as well. And we at the APA have a collective vision. We have a vision of a community that is free of institutional racism and where justice and healing has occurred through acknowledgement and acceptance of the wrongs of the past and their intergenerational effects. Like your House of Delegates has recently voted, we, the Board of Directors of the APA, committed to being an anti-racist organisation. We want everyone to start and continue on their own personal journey and learn about where Australia has come from, where the origins of our heart and soul was born, and ultimately assist in the healing, the truth-telling, the truth-listening, and closing the gap on health and social inequalities. We want to lead from the front, and I'm so ready to hold everyone's hand or offer them a seat on this important journey. Nairi Nina too, thank you.
Thank you, Scott. I'd like to introduce our next speaker, Jasmine Tools. Jasmine is the director of Explore the Magic of Motion LLC, a consultation service that offers cultural competence education for clinicians and physical therapy outreach programs for the community. She's a trained functional work capacity evaluator and Tai Chi instructor, and she's certified in vestibular rehabilitation. She's an adjunct professor at Temple University and has lectured for other physical therapy programs. Jasmine chairs the APTA Pennsylvania's Minority Affairs Committee, formerly chaired the APTA New Jersey's Cultural Diversity Committee, and helped develop the new APTA Guide for Structuring Component Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committees. Please join me in welcoming Jasmine Tools.
Can you hear me? Right. So maybe you had a family member in the medical field who suggested it, or a significant other in the profession, or maybe it was a career change. My introduction to physical therapy started with a rebound and a fast break down the court. When I'd plant my foot to stop, my knee would disagree with my decision. It was the summer before my sophomore year. I was a classic high school female athlete, post-op in ACL reconstruction and meniscectomy. Crutching into my first physical therapy clinic, I was handed a piece of paper with the name of my therapist on it. It's funny because when the therapist turned the corner and called my name, I was surprised because his name did not match what I expected him to look like. Anyway, we would get along fine, but I would spend the next 8 months with this stranger. However, as you all know, the rehab space has a way of building a sense of community for anyone who's in it. I would fall in love with the profession, and my therapist would introduce me to the American Physical Therapy Association. Aspects of patient-provider interactions like traumatic exposure, lack of awareness and bias, and our own engagement and dedication as leaders to expand all influence the growth of the physical therapy community. We all come from different sections, chapters, cultures, orientations, genders, and more. But no matter what your story is, physical therapy and the American Physical Therapy Association have influenced you in some way. We need the world to see that physical therapy is a community for everyone. We need to peel back the layers that limit awareness of the profession, diversity of the student pipeline and academia, engagement in the APTA, and our willingness as leaders to extend our communities. We can build a community empowered by the magic of motion. Building the community and extending our reach has been a discussion for a very long time. Between poor health literacy, poor utilization, delayed access to care, reimbursement changes, burnout, imposter syndrome, structural inequities, and more, all these things limit the awareness and reach of our profession. I was lucky to be able to gain positive exposure from a negative experience. However, why do we wait for disaster to strike for people to know who we are? I reflected upon this at my first APTA conference in 2011. I was a first-year physical therapy student at the University of Delaware. In fact, my professor at the time and our MC, Dr. Manal, was one of the speakers at the conference. The topic of discussion that afternoon would focus on how we could extend community perception of the profession to be more than just massage. During this discussion, I also reflected on my experience as a Girl Scout. Shout out to my Girl Scouts, Canadian Girl Guides, and other scout, woo, I see you, okay. Other scouting organizations across the globe. As a scout, I participated in horseback riding, self-defense classes, mock shuttle missions, and more. What's great about scouting is it creates opportunities for exposure. And that's what we need, positive exposure to the profession. Positive in the sense that we don't wait to meet people until they are under the distress of an illness or injury. We must develop positive relationships with members of diverse communities before they are sick if we are to build trust. We cannot continue to be strangers to the communities we serve. Motivated by this discussion and encouraged by my professor, Dr. Laura Schmidt, I would go on to develop a 3-step physical therapy badge program that was approved by Girl Scouts USA from 2012 to 2018. The Magic of Motion badge teaches 6th to 8th grade students about healthy living through exercise and introduces them to professions that use physical activity like physical therapy. The Healing Through Motion badge teaches 9th and 10th graders how physical therapy improves quality of life and encourages them to promote healthy living through exercise as physical therapists or physical therapy assistants. Healing People, Changing Lives is a career-oriented patch that teaches 11th and 12th graders about the profession of physical therapy and the steps it takes to become a physical therapist or physical therapy assistant. It also introduces them to the APTA. To help the Scouts earn the badge, I developed an event called Explore the Magic of Motion, which is comprised of workshops like Technology That Treats, Muscles and Machines, Follow Your Heart, and Stress Strategies. Through these workshops, Scouts would learn stress management skills, how to take blood pressure, and would role play what patients may experience while being introduced to the profession. With the help of my classmates, former CIs, and professors, we successfully hosted 40 Scouts and their parents with only one mishap. We did have a young girl who became lightheaded after very minimal activity. She was fine, but she hadn't eaten breakfast or hadn't eaten a good breakfast. This event, like the ones that would follow, would serve as a great learning opportunity, not just for the community. Whether caused by food insecurity or body image concerns, having healthy snacks would become a staple moving forward at all events. UDPT would go on to host the event annually, and it would spread to clinics like Life in Motion Physical Therapy Clinic, Centra State Medical Center, and Moss Rehab at Woodbury. As we would host the events, we noticed that some of the workshops and activities involved in them would act as informal health screens. For example, we saw scouts with high blood pressure at rest or had health questions but didn't know what resources were available to them. And as hoped, scouts would follow up after the event about shadowing or learning more about how to pursue allied health professions like physical therapy. For PT and PTA students, it became an opportunity to practice interpersonal skills, such as asking for consent to participate in an activity or dealing with ethical situations. For example, how do you handle a child who wants you to demonstrate the STEM unit on them? The parent is there, says it's okay, but they're technically not someone under your care. Or consider how some clinicians and students are only exposed to certain demographics at the clinic, often when clients are functioning at their worst. A bad experience with a client disgruntled by an illness or injury can influence a provider's entire perception of a demographic. Also consider how some folks don't even come into the clinic because of a history of mistrust. And then when they finally muster up the courage to do so because they just can't ignore their issue anymore, they risk encountering a provider that might have a bias against them. Engaging in outreach events like this provide opportunities for us as providers to gain positive exposure to diverse communities and grow as well. Thanks to the help of University of Delaware and groups like New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Moss Rehab's diversity committees, as well as the support of local clinics and their staff, over 500 scouts, guardians, students, and clinicians have participated in the program. Hoping to extend our reach, Explore the Magic Emotion now offers cultural competence education and the use of our programs as wellness events. The reach of our profession and the APTA is only as far as the reach of our engaged members. We also cannot continue to be strangers to the communities we work beside. When I decided to become a physical therapist, it was my therapist who treated me, who directed me to the APTA. And though I've been a member since 2011, I can admit I wasn't active until 2017. I valued APTA for the resources they offered, but didn't necessarily feel a part of the community. It's natural for us as humans to seek out communities or tribes to support us on our journey through life. So, when I attended combined sections meetings in San Antonio in 2017 and saw Minority Affairs reception in the top left-hand corner of that CSM newspaper, I was thrilled. Oh my gosh, I was so excited. You know, APTA and the physical therapy community helped me understand how to take care of my body, but not how to necessarily professionally navigate my lived experiences shaped by the way I look. During that conference, I would also meet member Adrienne Miranda and former director of the Minority Affairs Women's Initiatives Department, Jeanette Meadows. Been engaged ever since. Can't get rid of me now, sorry. What started with one Minority Affairs committee in New York, started by Dr. Miranda, has expanded to over 15 state components and sections with DEI committees. Until COVID, at the Minority Affairs reception at CSM, there was less and less space because there were more members able to be engaged, attend, or even just knew it existed. There are over 60 known clinicians, educators, and students acting as dedicated leaders to DEI work in engaged committees. This is exciting news, since we know that the disparities that impact equity in healthcare also limit the diversity of our profession and leadership. During this year's Linda Woodruff lecture, Dr. Charlene Porter mentioned the importance of power brokers and how often minorities are not in positions of power. Well, my engagement in the APTA has empowered me to be a leader within the healthcare organization I work for. With the support of senior leadership, I've had the pleasure of facilitating the network's Cultural Diversity Special Interest Group and hosting the staff podcast on DEI topics. We discuss things like bias, microaggressions, social justice, social determinants of health, and more. Each of us are leaders in our own communities, and therefore, we must want to expand the community. Building the physical therapy community requires positive exposure to the profession, education, engagement, and leadership. Though we may know the benefits, maybe not everyone has necessarily had a positive experience with physical therapy or the APTA, or they don't know these entities exist, their role in community engagement, advocacy, or for whatever reason are not trusted. We need to not only peel back the layers that limit the expansion of our profession, but also our willingness to take the steps to do so. It requires self-reflection, brave discussion, and most importantly, thoughtful action. And it requires some hard work, but we can do it. In honor of this discussion, I'd like to leave you with the words of a young civil rights leader named Fred Hampton, who was able to successfully create a multiracial alliance called the Rainbow Coalition during turbulent times in the 60s. He wanted to bring power to the people by decreasing violence, establishing community service programs, medical clinics, and teaching political education. All things we know impact the health of society. He said, we're gonna have to do more than talk. We're gonna have to do more than listen. We're gonna have to do more than learn. We're gonna have to start practicing, and that's very hard. We're gonna have to start getting out there with the people, and that's difficult. Sometimes we think we're better than the people, so it's gonna take a lot of hard work. I encourage you to start practicing today and expand your community and take the time to get to know someone different from you. Because remember, the journey to change starts with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jasmine. We're now going to move into the panel discussion portion of this morning's session, followed about building community. The panel will be moderated by Amy Smith-Hamill, Regional Director for Restore Therapy and member of APTA's Public Policy and Advocacy Committee. So I would like to invite Alicia and Scott, he's coming back, to the stage to join Jasmine and Amy, and I will turn it over to you, Amy.
Thank you. I'm excited about the opportunity to talk with you guys about building community as we celebrate our centennial and looking at the past 100 years and then looking forward to the next 100. The opportunity to be a part of this summit and meet new friends. I'm excited about what I have learned from each of you and how you are building community. Jasmine is a part of APTA and our 100,000 members plus, but this is really the first opportunity that I've got to meet her, so I may have a new APTA crush. Community is very important to me as I've been involved in APTA since 1995. My first national meeting was in 2001, and as a physical therapist assistant, we're a smaller sector of APTA, and in 2012, had the opportunity to sit down and talk with the board of directors and several different leadership about the decreased perceived value that PTAs felt within APTA. I understand the value. It's very important to me. But that opportunity to sit down and collaborate and talk with APTA board members and leadership about how do we build the bridge? How do we increase the perceived value of PTAs? And that shift, there was a change when we sat down together. And Jasmine, as you mentioned a few minutes ago, you talk about the difficult things. Sharon and I were talking earlier this morning, and we were talking about a board meeting where we had some difficult conversations, and it was hard. But after that, things got better, and we began to see things from each other's perspectives. A quote over the past couple of days that I have heard that's resonated with me is, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. And I'm excited about where we're moving as a profession and as an association together with other associations and Special Olympics and motion, magic in motion, and what we're doing in Australia. So we'll open it up to questions, and I'm excited to hear what kind of responses you guys will have.
Well, I'm going to start this off with a question from one of our virtual watch parties. So we see you, and thank you for being here as well. This one happens to be from the University of Delaware, which is Jasmine's and my alma mater. So, University of Delaware would like to know from all of you, could you describe maybe one of your top barriers that you encountered in community outreach and inclusion, and the strategy that you used to overcome that barrier?
Go ahead.
All right. So I think one of the barriers that we have encountered with community outreach is, you know, the same disparities that limit folks coming into the healthcare system also sometimes can limit our ability to do outreach. So for example, we've tried to host events at our hospital, but our hospital has certain policies on like TB testing and such. And we found that was one of the issues, is that, you know, some parents don't want their kids to have the testing or want to go through that for them to have the experience. So that is something actually that's a work in progress, but the key has been really getting senior leadership involved. You know, as clinicians within the hospital, our power only goes as far, but really engaging that C-level suite in your healthcare organization is kind of the key for us to be able to open our doors to the community.
Yeah, great. It's similarly been some of ours. I would say that for people with intellectual disabilities to be able to participate meaningfully in health and healthcare, there are a number of barriers. First of all, there's a barrier of awareness. So I don't know if everyone understands the inequities that people with intellectual disabilities face, and in particular, for example, poor health outcomes. And I go around often discussing the mortality gap. Did you know that people with intellectual disabilities die 16 to 20 years earlier than people without intellectual disabilities, primarily through preventable conditions, things like obesity, more than twice the rates of obesity, heart disease, preventable conditions including conditions like constipation, aspiration, dehydration. Those are some of the top killers of people with intellectual disabilities that I didn't know about even. So just awareness, first of all. Secondly, training. So as I mentioned previously, I didn't get much training. As I've talked to several of you, I'm aware that there wasn't much training for many of you as well in your years. So that leads to a lack of comfort and confidence. There's a lot of willingness and a lot of compassion to everybody here. And I think it's just developing the ability to get a little bit more opportunity. And then I think the biggest barriers are also structural, as you're describing. So with regard to policies, with regard to practices, it takes longer to take care of somebody with intellectual disabilities potentially than someone without. And that's not rewarded. In fact, it's obviously in terms of reimbursement, it's a severe issue. There are other kinds of treatments that or adaptability that you need to have in order to take care of somebody with intellectual disabilities. What you would typically do for a person without intellectual disabilities or without unique needs, and it's not just intellectual and developmental disabilities, but it's a lot of different needs, doesn't always fit with the most, the clinical tracks, right, that we put ourselves in. So you have to make adaptations. And sometimes that's not, that becomes a barrier as well. So I think those are the three barriers in terms of what we've been trying to do to address those. One is the partnership we have with you all over the years, and that we've developed with a number of other healthcare professional organizations, both in the US and around the world. Secondly, developing out training and to go forward to do that even more. And third, addressing that through educating our healthcare leaders and our governmental leaders to be able to think through policy changes that need to happen.
Great, thank you, Alicia. Scott?
Yeah, from my point of view, you can look at it different layers, where if you look at it from a policy point of view, and like I mentioned in my address, that the Australian government would actually tell the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders what they needed, how they were going to deliver it. They didn't actually include any of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders within those discussions, within those outcomes, within those recommendations. So they weren't included in any of the aspects of delivering the services that are required at the coalface. And then also, if you look at it from a clinical point of view, within a clinic, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders need to trust you, but also feel welcome. So, welcoming Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders within your clinic with simple things like Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander flags within your clinics, a welcoming to of the local land and the local elders that are within that organisation is very, very pertinent to actually make Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders feel welcome to come into the clinic and build that trust as you start developing a treatment plan and moving forwards, and then you develop the whole community to come along with you. So it's systematic, but also at a local level that you need to get that trust, welcoming, but also a systemic change.
Great, thank you. So as we think about building community and we think about how we're going to do that, and that former quote about if you go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, go together. Alicia, you mentioned that your son likes to mountain bike. I happen to be a mountain biker too. It's one of my loves. And when I talk about mountain biking, I love to go downhill. But in order to go downhill, you have to climb the mountain. And one of the terms that we use and we think about when we climb is settle in. And so as you're biking and as you're climbing that mountain, if you go really hard and really fast, you're going to tire out before you get to the top. But if you settle in and you're constant and you're consistent, you're going to get to the top quicker, and you won't be as exhausted when you get there. So I think too, within our association and within our profession, we have to settle in. We have to work together side by side. We have to build our community and move forward. And our tagline within APTA that you hear us say a lot is we truly are better together. And so my question to each of you is, what does better together mean to you? So I'm going to start with Jasmine.
I think better together to me means that we really work on building the community within the organization as well as connecting with the community at large. So what I mean by that is, we are a big organization. We have a lot of different folks involved. But we need to be able to engage each other more. I think more opportunities to learn about different cultures that exist within the professionals that are in this room, and how that influences your treatment, how that influences your thought processes. And allowing us to get to know each other is going to help open our minds to the people that we're working with and be better together. Because then we're going to be more comfortable with talking with different clients who might come from a different background. We might be more open-minded in how we take in the information that we're receiving from them. And then if we're able to build better relationships with also the communities that we're serving, we can be better together with them because they can be advocates for us as well.
Great, thank you, Jasmine. Scott, what does better together mean to you?
Yeah, I think if you look at it from even a board point of view, you look at different skill sets, and everyone brings that different viewpoint to any issue. And I think better together, you're on a journey together. So, you know, with the APA, what we're doing now would not have worked 5 to 10 years ago because we weren't ready. We weren't together. We were still individual. So I think if you bring the organisation and the leaders together, the groundswell behind you hopefully will follow you, and that better together will actually then form that vision of inclusiveness, equity, and equality within with any organisation, profession, or community.
Thank you. Alicia?
You mentioned the community, and we are the community. We have 6 million athletes around the globe. And when we bring together the community and the clinicians, that's when we get the collaboration. That's when we get the citizens as well. So I would say the digging in, the long haul is to be able to understand and bring those 2 points of view much, much closer. Tim mentioned this. I know that every day that I get to work alongside of athletes, I learn. And that's the opportunity that we all have as clinicians, is to learn from our community and to work alongside them. So I think when we can continue that journey together, that journey of learning, that journey of insight, and then we get to the very hard work that you're talking about, the lifting up, the going up the mountainside, in a very practical sense. So working towards things like, as Loretta was mentioning, she wasn't heard the first time, but in a very practical sense, how can we communicate together differently? How can we, as you just mentioned, open and be more welcoming in our doors, in our community practices? And then finally, on the larger level, how can we stand next to each other, maybe talk slightly different languages, but come together when we're educating our leaders?
Great, thank you. So we're celebrating our 100 years as APTA. When we think back to 100 years ago, when Mary McMillan established APTA, and how far we've come, what we've accomplished over those 100 years. Think to the next 100 years. And so I'm going to stretch it beyond the next 5 years and think beyond that. What do you see us accomplishing? What would you like to see us accomplish in the next 100 years as a community together, Special Olympics and APTA? I'll start with you, Alicia.
Sure. I'm going to tell you a story.
Okay.
One of the first experiences I had with Special Olympics was 2015, and it was the World Games in LA. And we were all sitting in the Coliseum, and my kids were there. They were 3, 5, and 7 at the time, so very young. And we're all sitting there cheering everybody on, and everybody's going in, and they've got the different countries that are going by, the delegations. And there was Michael Phelps, and then a Special Olympics athlete. And there was Nadia Comaneci, and then a Special Olympics athlete. And it went on like that. And my kids could not tell the difference between the Special Olympics and the other Olympics. And they were all cheering, and they thought they were at the Tokyo Olympics. And I said to myself, that's the way the world should be. That's what we should be working towards. And that's what I want to see, not in 100 years. I hope it's within 5 years, maybe 10, 20. But if we get there, where everybody is getting what they need, they are valued, they are collaborating together, we as a community can really feel the inclusion and the sense of belonging for every single one of our members. I think that's what I want to see in 100 years.
That's what I want to see too. I'm excited I see us moving towards that, and It's a beautiful vision, and I hope we get there before 100 years as well. I feel we will. So Scott, in the next 100 years, where do you see the Australian Association and their partnership with APTA as well?
Like I said in my address, we've always had a very special bond with the APTA, and I can see that continuing and getting stronger, even past what we have now. In the next 100 years, I think inclusiveness. I think we shouldn't be talking about closing the gap. We should have no gap. And in 100 years, I'm hoping that there will be no gap, that Indigenous and non-Indigenous people will be equal. We'll have no racism as well throughout the world, not just here in Australia. But I think for me, in 100 years, I would love the physio or the physical therapy profession to be fully valued and fully scoped of practice within the society and within the community, within the healthcare system, because I don't think that we are truly valued, and what we can value add is far much more than what I think some of our policy decision makers are actually thinking at the moment. So for me, inclusiveness, no gap, no racism, and full scope of practice.
It's great. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Scott. I see a rhythm. Jasmine, what's your vision for the next 100 years?
My vision is for the healthcare system to be more proactive versus reactive. And I think that's where us as physical therapists can kind of lead that. As I mentioned in my talk, often a lot of folks don't meet us until they've experienced something traumatic, right? Why not build positive relationships with folks before that happens? We need to go out into the community, do wellness events, prevention, screenings, and get to know the people that are eventually going to come into our clinic. I think that's really what's going to kind of change the atmosphere of healthcare and really try to decrease those healthcare disparities, right? Because we know when it comes to healthcare disparities, one of the things are prevention measures. People aren't taking advantage of those, and that's why we see issues down the road. So the more we can change the healthcare system to be more proactive versus reactive, that's kind of like my dream. So.
Great. Thank you, Jasmine. I appreciate each of you and what you bring to grow our communities together. I'm excited to see where we're going in the next 100 years. Join me in welcoming to stage Karen Litzy with Waterpick.
Hi, good morning. Of course, I'm here as a physical therapist as part of the APTA, but I'm really excited to be here with Waterpick Showerheads as part of their Water for Wellness Expert Council and one of the sponsors of today's event. And for those of you who aren't familiar, Waterpick is not only an oral care brand, but is also a wellness brand of showerheads. Through proprietary massaging technology, their clinically studied line of Power Pulse showerheads provides therapeutic benefits to a range of users. They are clinically proven to help soothe sore muscles, increase flexibility, promote restful sleep, and more. And yes, I do have one in my shower in my small apartment in New York, and in a show of solidarity and support, so do my parents. So I'm happy to talk about my experience with them, and I can refer you to my parents if you'd like. So I have been working with Waterpick for over 2 years now, and have been very excited about their innovations as we are thinking about the future of physical therapy. I think it's a great adjunct to what we do, and it's something that's affordable and accessible and something that patients can use on their own in their homes. So if you're interested in learning more, please come and see us at our table in the hall to ask questions. We have a giveaway, and I hope to be able to answer as many questions along with the team. And finally, as a longtime member of the APTA, I just want to congratulate the organization, all the physical therapist assistants, and student physical therapists in the room today and around the country on 100 years. So thank you very much, and I hope to see you in the hall later.
All right, you guys can have a break, 30-minute break.
Please remember, masks are required for all participants at this event, and food and beverages are not allowed inside the auditorium. Thank you for doing your part to ensure guest health and wellness.
Oh, yeah, I was putting them back.
I am a mentor.
I'm an optimist.
I'm a human movement scientist.
I am an entrepreneur.
I'm an influencer.
I am a patient advocate.
I am an empathetic caregiver.
I'm a global servant.
I am compassionate.
I am a researcher.
I am a fitness enthusiast.
I am a motivator.
I am a healer.
I am a communicator.
I'm someone who's fighting a fight to help America get healthier and move better.
I am an early mobilizer.
I am a community builder.
I am a revolutionary.
I am a bold innovator.
I'm an educator.
I am a proud physical therapist.
I'm APTA.
I am APTA.
I am APTA.
I am APTA.
Welcome back. I am APTA. It's been a great morning so far, and there's a lot more to come. We're now going to move on to our next round of speakers and panelists focused on the notion of advancing physical therapy. As we did in the earlier session this morning, we'll hear from individual speakers and then engage in a panel discussion. Our first speaker is Colonel Deidre Tahan. She is the 20th Chief of the U.S. Army Medical Specialist Corps, leading over 1,500 therapists, dietitians, occupational therapists, physician's assistants. Previously, she served as Department of Defense's lead in therapeutics for Operation Warp Speed at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. She has commanded the Walter Reed Army Institute of Research, the DoD's largest biomedical research facility. She led infectious disease, brain, and behavioral health research efforts, including research to prevent, detect, and treat COVID-19. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Colonel Deidre Tahan.
Good morning. When you think of the U.S. healthcare system, what do you think about? Do you think about our cutting-edge technology, our sophisticated diagnostic capability, the advancement and treatment options that exist today that never existed before? We are lucky to live in a time in which the Internet of Things provides so many opportunities for our healthcare system. But I bet as you, especially this group sitting in this audience today, think about the advancement in medicine, I bet you see a healthcare system that could be better. A healthcare system focused on the outcomes and ones that improve the quality of life and wellness of those we serve. To that end, I believe physical therapists and allied health providers bring a unique and valued perspective to the C-suite. As we are here today to talk about the future of physical therapy, I hope by the end of my talk today, you will all be in agreement that there's a role for physical therapists as senior healthcare executives. I am lucky to have worked with this lady right here, Lieutenant General retired Patty Horoho. She was the first non-physician and first female Surgeon General for the U.S. Army. As a nurse, she looked at the healthcare system differently than all of the other prior Surgeons General. She realized that if there was only 525,600 minutes a year, as the Broadway show Rent reminds us, and most patients are only a patient for 100 minutes a year, then the healthcare system needed to meet people in the other 525,500 minutes where they live, love, and labor. We have to get out of the healthcare system and become a system for health. You may ask, is this perspective warranted? If you look at this slide, which is a slide of the GDP, you can see that most countries spend about 10% of their GDP on healthcare. But there's one red line that is going towards 20%. That red line is the United States. So despite our best technology, our great diagnostic tools, and our advanced treatment option, our system is costly. It actually costs more than the next 10 countries combined. So clearly we have to be doing better than all those other countries, right? Well, according to the World Health Organization's last ranking, we only rank 37th. And I'll let you read the other countries on the list for comparison. So as the Army selected its first nurse and first female Surgeon General, she looked at the problem differently. She looked at what makes us healthy on the left and realized that's not what we're spending our money on the right. And she also valued diversity in the C-suite. As she expanded those that were able to compete to be a healthcare executive, it was a huge honor to help move her vision to a reality, and humbling to know to be able to grow personally as a healthcare executive under her leadership and the 4 Surgeons General since then. Prior to taking command of the Public Health Command Region South, we had to study this book called The Leadership Challenge. This book looked at the scientific ways to become a better leader. And as I read this book, I actually realized that these traits are the exact characteristics of why people become a physical therapist, right? So these are in our DNA to be a leader in the profession. For example, and I won't go through all of the traits, but you have to listen more than you speak. And we do that every day with our patients to fully understand the challenges they have and how to get them to restore their quality of life. Another trait is to start with the heart and empathy. Well, as you all know, we have to get people that are in pain, that don't want to do something, and we do that with a lot of empathy, right? And finally, the one I wanted to highlight is motivational interviewing. We do that by getting people to come along the journey with us. We stand shoulder to shoulder with our patients and become their coach, teacher, and mentor. And in doing so, a leader does the same thing with an organization. You just have to scale that. So the same tenets that make you a great physical therapist actually make us great healthcare executives and a reason we should be in the C-suite. As I continue to train and prepare for the new leadership responsibilities, I realized these principles that made us a good leader are in our DNA. What drove me to become a good physical therapist was to help patients. What drove me to become a healthcare executive was to create systems that allowed us to be more efficient in creating those outcomes for our patients. I just had to bring what we did as a provider to scale as a leader. And if I didn't say this before, it really is in our DNA. We should not feel that we don't belong in the C-suite. As we celebrate 100 years of our profession, I'm reminded that we are standing on the shoulders of giants that helped pave the way for our success in 2021. From the initial start of our profession as reconstruction aides in World War I, the lessons learned from the practice of physical therapy supporting the profession of arms has led to the scope of practice we all enjoy today. From a direct access perspective, the Army traces that movement back to Vietnam, where out of necessity, physical therapists were granted direct access and became valuable members of the healthcare team. The success in the military helped pave the way to direct access across the United States, in which now all 50 states had lifted all or some of the referral requirements. As the military has opened up the C-suite to the breadth of allied health professions, wouldn't it be wonderful if we were able to see and expand and grow that movement outside of the military? When I was deployed to Bosnia as a lieutenant on the left side, I had no idea the journey I was about to start. All I knew at the time was that I loved being an Army physical therapist. I loved being able to have direct access to soldiers to ensure I could treat them far forward and ultimately increase their survivability on the battlefield. Fast forward to the images on the right when I was a major and I was deployed to Al-Quds, Iraq. I was sent there to be a physical therapist, but ended up having to lead a slice of a combat support hospital right off the Iranian border. Since that leadership opportunity, I've had the ability to command many different organizations. Public Health Command Region South, which led the public health initiatives over the 11 southeastern states of the United States. I was able to lead a healthcare facility in Hawaii, a team of 500 dedicated professionals to care for the soldiers, family members, and retirees at Schofield Barracks. And then DOD's largest biomedical research facility, the Walter Reed Army Institute of Research, where we had really 1,500 amazing researchers spread around the globe. Luckily, we had that resource as the start of COVID hit. What I learned as a physical therapist really, I believe, helped diversify the views in the C-suites. My education and training as a physical therapist did prepare me well to take this journey that was so unexpected when I started that deployment in Iraq. And so, as allied health professionals, I really hope you see your value in the healthcare system and that we can create so much more change than pills, potions, and procedures ever could. That as physical therapists and allied health professionals get up to the C-suite, we can serve our patients better by meeting them where they live, love, and labor on their journey to a better state of health. That has the potential to bring down costs and improve outcomes. I am incredibly honored to have worked in the U.S. Army over the last 4 surgeons general that have really opened up the C-suite across military medicine. And I believe that diversity has made our system stronger in military healthcare system, and it has actually improved the outcomes for those we serve. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Yep, go ahead. It's on.
Thank you so much. I'm honored now to introduce our next speaker in the Advancing Physical Therapy session, Natalie Bieswethek, joining us virtually from the United Kingdom. Natalie is the Director of Practice, sorry guys, I forgot. Director of Practice and Development of the Chartered Society of Physiotherapy, also known as CSP, in the UK, and she is a CSP Fellow. Her role is to drive the continued improvement and transformation of physiotherapy practice to meet future population health needs. She provides expert advice and services to CSP members and external stakeholders, covering the breadth of physiotherapy practice in UK. Her areas of interest include implementation of first contact physiotherapists in primary care and development of a model of community-based rehabilitation for long-term conditions. Please welcome Natalie Bestwetherick.
Good morning. Thank you very much for inviting me. It is a great pleasure for me to talk with you today at this PT Summit about advanced practice, and particularly about the Chartered Society of Physiotherapists initiative to advance the role of physiotherapists in primary care as first contact practitioners in the UK's National Health Service. I'm going to start with the policy context, which is critical. In 2015, a horizon scanning process undertaken found that primary care was at the top of the policy agenda in all 4 UK nations. There was also a long-term government objective that for most healthcare to be moved to take place in primary care rather than hospital settings. And this was to enable the sustainability of the hospital-based NHS services. Also going on at the same time was a growing urgency around general practitioner capacity, with difficulties recruiting GPs as fast as they were retiring, and growing concerns with waiting times for GP appointments, which was leading many of the UK citizens to rock up in emergency departments rather than seeing their GP. The policy discussion in response to these issues was to widen the GP practice team, so that work traditionally done by GPs would be directed to other members of the team. Initially, this meant the development of roles for clinical pharmacists, extending the role of practice nurses, and the development of a new role called physician associates. FCPs, or first contact practitioners, came a little later. So what did the CSP know at the time? We knew that MSK conditions were a major public health issue, the single largest cause of years living with disability, and one of the main causes of people being unable to work. We knew managing MSK health was a major demand on primary care, accounting for 1 in 5 of all GP appointments, and the biggest cause of repeat appointments. We also knew from multiple service evaluations that a large number of GP referrals for investigations and to specialists, particularly in orthopedics and rheumatology, were unnecessary, with some GPs being honest about the fact that they were often referring people because they didn't know what else to offer. We knew that where NHS hospital orthopedic services had introduced physiotherapists with advanced practice skills into their clinics to triage GP referrals, it had been a great success. Referrals to orthopedics reduced by 40%, and the quality of the referrals that were sent to orthopedic surgeons was increased, reflected in a massive increase in conversion rate to orthopedic surgery to 90 to 95%. We also knew from implementation of self-referral over a period of years to musculoskeletal physiotherapy services in the NHS, that was also welcomed by many GPs. The service evaluations undertaken, along with international evidence that physiotherapists were safe and effective in primary assessor roles, and had disproved some fears that allowing people to self-refer themselves to a physiotherapy service would open the floodgates, and it didn't. So what did we do? As part of a lot of local initiatives to free up GP time in primary care, there were quite a number of physiotherapy services across the UK grasping the opportunity to work in new ways, moving their services from hospital outpatient departments to work as part of a GP team within GP practice premises. The CSP worked closely with these members, and learning from their experiences, we developed a proposition for the role that the physiotherapist could play in this context. This built on the positive experience of physiotherapists providing expert triage in hospital orthopedic departments and the learning from self-referral to develop a first new post called the First Contact Physiotherapist role, FCP. The role is to assess and diagnose, where needed, referring for investigations for physiotherapy treatment, or to see a specialist in orthopedics or rheumatology. FCPs are at the front of the MSK patient card pathway, and they are part of the GP practice team. FCPs are first assessors in the place of the general practitioner and for a large proportion of all MSK conditions. These FCP roles are advanced practice, have advanced practice skills. They can order investigations, prescribe medicines, and they can inject joints. The next part is really critical, is the influencing, convincing others. Throughout this period of time, we built the evidence base, including from the early pilots, to demonstrate to government the value and economic case for the FCP role to all parts of the healthcare system. Importantly, in the UK, general practitioners belong to two critical bodies. First, the Royal College of General Practitioners, the professional body, and also the very influential British Medical Association, their trade union. The CSP needed to influence both these bodies because of the sheer power they have with policymakers and as a route to communicate with GPs across the UK. The British Medical Association was particularly critical because they negotiate the GP contract with government, which determines the amount of money GPs will receive for providing NHS primary care services. In 2016, there was a parliamentary inquiry into the difficulties in primary care. And in preparation, the CSP honed arguments and evidence to show the value of the new FCP role. And through our public affairs work, targeted engagement with members of the Health and Care Social Select Committee of Government. This resulted in the CSP being invited to give evidence to Parliament and resulted in interest in developing an implementation programme of FCPs by senior civil servants. In 2019, all this work resulted in FCP being embedded into national policy plans, the NHS long-term plan, and with a workforce target attached. Plus, significantly, I think, an updated GP contract negotiated by the government with the British Medical Association, which would provide a funding stream for these roles. What we learned. From the early pilots through to mainstream implementation, we consistently found the following. Physiotherapists as first contact practitioners in primary care are safe and highly effective. 70% of patients only needed self-care advice and a structured exercise program and did not require investigations or any onward referrals. As well as saving the system money from unnecessary referrals for tests and to see consultant specialists, FCPs also reduced onward referrals for physiotherapy treatment by about 20%. Published research has found that patients are highly satisfied with having direct access to an expert who can advise and support them to self-manage their MSK condition with an exercise program and even referral to other areas for their exercises. And with it being local to them in their own GP practice is the absolute winner for patients. From a GP perspective, almost all people seen by an FCP did so without needing to see a GP before or after. So freeing up really valuable time for GPs to see their more complex medical patients. Having advanced practice skills is essential in this FCP role in order to work not just independently, but at speed, at managing risks, and with an undifferentiated workload. We also learned, contrary to fears actually expressed by some GPs, that rather than de-skilling GPs in treating MSK conditions, having access to an FCP in their practice meant they learned from the highly skilled physiotherapists, and this led to actually GPs feeling actually much more upskilled than previously. Obviously, there were challenges. As with all areas of innovation, challenges with implementation are inevitable. Whilst, for example, there is a strong supply of new graduates entering the profession in England and Wales, there is not a fully operational system to develop the existing workforce to advanced practice level to create the pipeline we need for the future. Also, the race to implement FCPs by policymakers in the UK meant they quickly used up the current supply of MSK physios with advanced practice skills. Staffing levels for these services are an ongoing concern for us. While GPs are mainly positive about the role, a significant minority say they're not feeling the benefit in terms of their workload, and some FCPs report difficulties becoming integrated in the GP practice teams. In the desire by policymakers to fully implement the new roles, FCPs have been stretched to cover much larger patient populations of 30 to 50,000, rather than what we'd modeled for was one FCP for a 10,000 population. So we believe their impact has been somewhat diluted in those areas, and those important relationships between the FCP and the GP teams have been not as effective as we thought they should be. So it is a priority for us to show the value of implementing well in one area rather than poorly over several. The CSP has always seen FCP roles as an integrated MSK pathway, with physiotherapists working across GP teams and with the community and outpatient services. This is more cost effective to the system overall, better for patients, better for FCPs in terms of maintaining their experience, learning and peer support. But some GPs wanted control over their teams, so favoured direct employment by them or contracting with a separate private provider, not the main provider of NHS MSK services. So a current further priority is for us to show the benefits of that integrated MSK pathway to GPs contracting with their existing local MSK providers of physiotherapy. What's for the future? The opportunity now is to develop FCP for people with other long-term conditions, not just MSK. In particular, providing supported self-management advice and exercise programs for people with long COVID. COVID has highlighted the scale of unmet needs of people with long-term conditions massively in the UK. And the direct links with health inequity have been also made very clear. FCP services have developed by necessity their remote offer because of COVID, and the need as the pandemic does recede and we learn to live with the virus, to retain innovation in this space is important, but without losing the choice for people to be seen in person in primary care rather than remotely. The success of FCPs in the UK has placed physiotherapists firmly within the advanced practice agenda by government. Previously, the CSP had to fight to be heard, as the focus was always on nursing. The success has also enabled the CSP to further influence training and education to provide that much needed pipeline for advanced practice roles in the future. The success of FCPs in the UK has paved the way for more advanced practice physiotherapy expertise in primary care and the community, and with a more versatilist workforce. And what I mean by that is who have breadth and depth of advanced practice knowledge and skills to assess, diagnose and manage a wider range of long-term conditions, not just MSK. I believe the profession is absolutely able to meet the healthcare needs of the population in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Natalie. I'm out here in the audience for today's event, and we have a question. I know, sorry about the light. Can you please tell us your name and where you're from?
Good morning or good afternoon for you in the UK. I'm Kelly Kubota, and I'm from California.
Wonderful. Go ahead with your question for Natalie.
Okay. We have varied models of direct access across the United States, and the pandemic created opportunities and expanded the roles played by both physical therapists and physical therapist assistants. How can we utilize the lessons learned from both the pandemic and the successes and opportunities from the UK's experience to try to establish a place for physical therapists as first contact PTs here in the United States?
I think what's been critical from UK's experience, particularly through the pandemic, is we have to be able, as I've just mentioned, to maintain the way that we've operated over the last 18 months as part of the way we'll actually practice in the future. And what I mean by that is how important it is to look at giving patients choice of whether they want to be seen remotely or in person, and whether they want to have their treatment in terms of exercise programs, whether that's in remote classes like has been happening widely across the UK, or again in person. In terms of the first contact physiotherapist side, I think it's a role that physical therapists can ably do with advanced practice skills. And I think that could be actually utilised right across the globe. I think what's critical, I'm sure other colleagues will come in on this, you have to have a number of things in place. The first is, I suppose, that the policy context I covered. If the policy context isn't there for the recognition of the wider roles that people can play, it's really difficult to actually influence. I think secondly, UK has been granted the ability to diagnose since 1977, so that's a legal instrument. So we're able to actually move forward much more quickly. But it's not been that quick if you think about it, since 1977 that it's happening now. But it's been happening in small areas. I certainly developed a primary care service in the 80s where I worked in a coastal community, and I did the same in a more of an urban city environment in the late 80s, early 90s. So it has been going on for many years. And the other thing that you're seeing from my short presentation is the critical stakeholders. And for us, it was general practitioners. And what was really interesting is that because many physiotherapists have worked with orthopedic consultants for at least the last 20 years as triage experts in MSK, we got on side very quickly with orthopedic consultants because they realized actually we weren't a threat to them because we don't operate on patients. And we could use that to actually demonstrate to GPs that we weren't a threat to them either. In fact, they were desperate to have more people that can actually support them with particularly MSK conditions. So I think if you've got all those things lined up, you've got the best chance of success. The other thing I'll do is start small and grow incrementally, do that test, retest, gather the evidence, have that underpinning evidence base, and you will win the day. We're not there yet. We're not there yet at all. We haven't reached the tipping point in my view, but we will by us continuing to support members locally and showing GPs and the government that this is going to be much more safe, effective, and cost effective for the populations going forward.
Thank you, Natalie. Thank you very much for your insights, and thank you for your question. Wonderful job. Now we'll move on to our panel discussion portion of this session. Our moderator for this event will be Terry Nordstrom, professor in the Department of Physical Therapy at Samuel Merritt University in Oakland, California. Joining Terry virtually now will be Alice Aiken from Canada. And joining Terry here in person on our stage will be Fabricio Ambrosio, Francois Demule, and Colonel Deidre Tahand. Terry, I'll turn it over to you to take on your panel.
Thank you, Georgia. Hello, and welcome. It's so thrilling to be here. You've had an introduction. Alice, why don't we start with you, and you briefly tell the folks where you are and what you do. Uh-oh.
We can't hear you.
We can't hear you.
Oh, my mic is on.
There we go.
Okay, do you have me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm Dr. Alice Aiken. I am the Vice President for Research and Innovation at Dalhousie University, which is one of Canada's research-intensive universities. And much of my research has focused on advanced practice physical therapy and where we can go as leaders as well. And I started my career in the military, so much like Deidre, I had an excellent exposure to what physiotherapy practice can be. Thanks.
And thanks.
So I'm Francois Demule. I'm a professor at the University of Montreal, and I'm responsible for 2 new programs that we have where we train physiotherapists in advanced practice roles, and also do a lot of research in terms of advanced practice, impacts of new models of care with more autonomous roles for physiotherapists. And I'll give you the side, the Frenchy, Quebecer side of advanced practice in Canada, and Alice will be giving the English Canadian side to it, so yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Fabrizia Ambrosio. I'm an associate professor at the University of Pittsburgh Department of Physical Medicine and Rehabilitation, and director of rehabilitation for our Medical Center's International Division. My work primarily stems around regenerative rehabilitation, which represents the convergence of regenerative medicine together with rehabilitation approaches.
Yeah, so thank you. So let's start. It's interesting. We're at this historic inflection point, I think much like the country was in the 1920s. Decades on now, we've been confronting non-communicable diseases, the effect those have had on practice, cancer, heart disease, et cetera. But now we're facing COVID-19 and the pandemic, and I think the likelihood of the continuation of the impact of zoonotic infectious diseases on practice. So the impact of those non-communicable diseases is not going away, and now we have overlaid, I think, this continued future of dealing with the communicable diseases. So I'd love to hear, and I think the audience would love to hear, what are your thoughts about the impact these dual effects in health are going to have on physical therapy practice going into the future? And I'm not sure who'd like to start. Would you like to start, Fabrizia?
So I think for me, one of the things that's been really striking about this COVID pandemic is how there's such a disparity in the way that people react to, for example, infection, some cognitive decline, some cardiovascular problems, pain throughout the system. And so I think this really highlights kind of our tendency for personalized medicine, but also kind of points to some potential opportunities in terms of personalized medicine. I see, the potential for being able to identify, for example, biomarkers that may be indicative of how a patient is doing early on in the treatment regimen. I think ideally it would be great if we could identify biomarkers that are very specific and kind of can be predictive in terms of how well they will recover. The idea being that if we can identify some of these biomarkers early on in the treatment regimen, then maybe we can titrate and test and really adapt the protocols to be more efficacious. I think as we're developing biomarkers, of course, biomarkers aren't new. We've been looking for biomarkers for some time for a multitude of different indications, some with not such great success. But I think the future really holds a lot of promise in terms of implementing a more comprehensive approach, not just looking at one single biomarker, but perhaps a suite of biomarkers. And I think there's opportunities using machine learning, artificial intelligence, that can give us an idea of patient profiles, circulating factors that might be indicative of how well their rehabilitation program is progressing.
Great, thank you. That's good.
Yeah, coming back to some of the things that you've said, I think needs for rehabilitation are not going to go away, right? So we've got these long COVID patients coming in, and we've got also all our chronic disorder patients with chronic pain and stuff like that are still needing care from our physiotherapists. So I think we've seen, and you've seen this in the US, and we've seen this in the province of Quebec and Canada, the use of telerehabilitation was something that was put forward because of the pandemic, but needs to stay. So we need to be better at it, and we need to be able to implement it, and we need to be careful into making sure that barriers to these types of cares are taken care of. Obviously, with more vulnerable population, we need to make sure that they can access these kinds of care. So that's something that's important. We also need to think again about how efficient we are with care, and to go back to the evidence. Do we need to provide 6, 8, 9, 10 sessions of personal rehabilitation sessions to all patients that got MSK, some sort of MSK disorder. If we give them basic initial education, chronic pain management, and we look at their needs and we go with solutions such as shared decision making, I think we can make a very profound impact and early on with some patient. And doing that, we're going to be using a lot less resources.
Right.
So I have a little bit of a unique perspective on the question you asked, because at the start of the pandemic, I was commanding Walter Reed Army Institute of Research, which was in charge of kind of getting after COVID, and then moved on to Operation Warp Speed. But what was really interesting to me throughout that whole time was the need of what we do on a day-to-day basis. So patients that were healthier based on sleep, activity, nutrition fare better when they got COVID than those that were less healthy. In understanding how to leverage those tools to mitigate the risk when we didn't know, and we didn't have vaccines, we didn't know what to treat with it. We do know nutrition, sleep, and activity can improve your immune system and that immune response. So I think we had a really important role, especially for whatever disease X is coming down the road. And then I think the other piece of it that really is important to really kind of think about is the mental health toll of a pandemic or this unknown disease. And I do believe, especially for those patients, that we have created those trust, right? The conversations we've heard this morning of how many of the secretaries trust with her physical therapist. That support we provide our patients, because we do spend so much more time with them than usually the average healthcare provider, we can really help through that piece and understand how to mitigate the stress of an unknown disease like COVID-19.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think we've all seen that in patients and in ourselves. Yes. Yeah. Alice, I'll turn to you.
Yeah, certainly. Thanks. And the other speakers have all made great points. And I think what's really critical at this time, and we heard Deirdre and Natalie both say it in their talks just now, is that it's really important to show the value that we can add to the system and the value that we bring to the patients at this time. So it's not about starting with, we're physical therapists, we can do this, 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 and this. It's about, you need us in the system right now to help patients do X, Y, and Z. And on the heels of a global pandemic, we've seen the value of physical therapists, of physical therapists being first contact, of physical therapists running testing and vaccination clinics, because we know how to run a health system. So we really need to, it's a golden time for us really to show our broad value to the system and rethinking, to Francois's point, how we interact with patients.
Yeah, thank you. And it's interesting as we listen to Natalie's talk about the effect and impact of that program on primary care in Great Britain, and I'm listening to all of you, I'm struck by the effect on the practicing clinician who wasn't educated to do what I hear you describing necessarily. And so I'm wondering what your thoughts are about how do we bring these, tens and hundreds of thousands of physical therapists around the world up to speed to begin to respond in the way that they're continuing to be effective with their patients?
Well, I think there's a lot of opportunity there. And so when you think about the Internet of Things and you think about not just tele, but taking it to a next level, we have cell phones that know so much about us, right? We have physiological monitors we can wear. What we need is an investment in the ability to pull those together to help us understand who's at the highest risk. So to give you an example, let's say you had both the phone, physiological monitors, AI and machine learning working in the background, and every morning you came in, you had a spreadsheet of your patients, and you knew which ones were at the highest risk for not achieving their goal because of the input that was coming in passively overnight. You could then reach up the phone and call those in most need in the morning. Obviously, there's a huge important role of this in behavioral health and preventing suicide, but really, when you think about it from a rehab perspective, about really being able to know who to engage with when, So we don't have to have 9 standard appointments that are already predetermined.
Exactly.
But
Yeah.
it's triggered based on how well they're moving on their journey towards health.
Yeah, yeah. I'm interested what you would have to add there, Alice, in terms of your experience and thinking from Canada.
Yeah, certainly. And you know, I think it's even more broad than that, right? So Deirdre's bang on, right? With the Internet of Things and monitoring and, you know, the need for high tech to enter our practice is critical. But maybe that can influence also how we interact with patients. Do we have to interact one-on-one and have individual appointments? Can we think more broadly about the educational piece that we provide and how that might look in a future world with tech? Or even how we communicate. So there are really cutting edge sensors coming on the market now that essentially, unlike ones that are Bluetooth enabled or have a semiconductor, actually have a superconductor. So they take all the information and can communicate with other superconductors around them. So could we actually have a community of practice whose superconductors were kind of doing that work for a bunch of people with the same condition in a local area? So you even had local context with a physical therapist monitoring all of that. I mean, I just think the possibilities are limitless.
Yeah, terrific. Yeah, terrific. One of you like to?
Well, certainly determining the prognosis of patient and identifying patient at risk is something that's important. But coming back to COVID and how the resource of the healthcare system were stretched, you know. I was really worried in the province of Quebec, like all of us were, that, you know, like we wouldn't be able to care for patients that needed rehabilitation when the first wave hit. And we had several pilot projects going on in the province where we're implementing physiotherapists with family health teams to care more autonomously for patients with MSK disorder, elderly patient, and other population. And we've got these projects in family health teams, as I said, but also in emergency departments. And also the government is rolling out MSK clinics to triage referrals to specialized care. And when the pandemic hit, I was like, oh God, all these projects are gonna, you know, they're going down the drain, you know. We're not gonna be doing this because they're mainly focused on MSK disorder. So that was one of the issue. But I realized after, you know, we're being hit by the 4th wave, but right now, like the government and stakeholders are coming back to us and saying, we need physiotherapists to be better positioned in the healthcare system to assist other healthcare providers, to assist physicians in this moment of crisis. So I think I think like Alice said, it's certainly a golden age for a profession, and there's a lot of potential for expansion of our roles and to be able to show the value of physiotherapy that we can have.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so I think, you know, building exactly off of that idea, I've been really struck by, you know, how much we've been hearing about making a case for our field and really ensuring that other disciplines kind of value our profession. I also do think that there's a really important opportunity for us to value our own profession and really recognize the impact that we can have in other disciplines. So just to give an example, when I started into a regenerative rehabilitation clinical trial, you know, I was so excited to be a part of this clinical trial. It was a tissue engineering device for the treatment of very severe skeletal muscle injuries. And what I loved about this project was that it was a multidisciplinary team. You had the regenerative medicine scientist, the plastic surgeon, the orthopedic surgeon, the radiologist, just a whole host of individuals. And I remember during that first meeting that I had, you know, there was the main table, and I actually sat off to the side. I don't know why. I don't know whether it was I was intimidated or I didn't think I was as significant a player of the team. Whatever it was, I sat to the side. As the study progressed, I actually had the opportunity to hear the principal investigator, the regenerative medicine scientist who had designed the tissue engineering device, talk about the project. And what he said was the single most important factor in the success of the technology is rehabilitation. He said the technology is destined to fail unless we have the clinicians going in and applying the right rehab protocol. So you better bet the next time we had that table, I was sitting with the rest of the group. I was, made a point to make sure that my voice was heard, and I spoke just as loudly as the group, because it was really a lesson for me in terms of appreciating the skills that we bring to these kind of technologies.
Yeah, well, and also having someone on the team who has that same recognition, right?
Well, that makes a huge difference.
Yeah,
sure.
absolutely. And yeah, huge, yeah. So, it's funny, right? So a lot of you have a lot of experience in advanced practice physical therapy. And if you look at what's happening in the United States right now, there are just huge, huge disparities in health in both rural and in urban areas, right? And it's part of it is that a maldistribution of the resources of physical therapists throughout the country, whether you're talking about specific parts of cities or out in rural areas. And at the same time, you're all talking about these just incredible opportunities for more advanced practice. So we have these competing interests, right? So I would love to hear your thoughts about how do we begin to meet both those needs, right, of these very basic essential needs of people who don't have much access, as well as exploit these incredible opportunities in advanced practice. Who would like to start?
I can start.
Perfect.
So one of the things that's really neat going on right now in the province of Quebec is that, as I said, we're implementing those MSK clinic, where physiotherapists are going to be first contact practitioners, and they're going to see patients that are referred by a family physician for a specialized opinion. Then, if patients are considered surgical candidates or candidates suitable for specialized care, either rheumatology, physical medicine, orthopedics, or neurosurgery, they'll be sent on to this. The problem, we have this big problem right now in Quebec, and we've heard Natalie talk about this, the number of inappropriate referrals to specialized care is certainly something that's not good for our healthcare system. But one thing that's interesting about the MSK pilot projects that we have with these clinics is that for the first time in 25 years, we're putting money to offer also in these clinics free rehabilitation care to patients. So if I go back just a tiny bit here, in Canada, most of the MSK care given to patient is given through private practice clinics. So you need to have healthcare insurance to access it. So it's been quite an issue for a vulnerable population to get access to physiotherapy because the public healthcare system is not offering that. So we're seeing that now. We're seeing that within an advanced practice model of care, we'll be offering more traditional physiotherapy to these patients, and that's something that's very interesting. So new models of care that can integrate advanced practice can also offer more access to care. And coming back to what you were talking about, like how do we respond to all the needs that we have? There's shortage of physiotherapists in Canada because most of them, at least in the public healthcare system, most of them work in the private sector. So having these new models of care where you have physiotherapists with more autonomous role make these roles very appealing to them. So we see, and we're training physiotherapists with this new program at the University of Montreal, and we're seeing these new physiotherapists enrolling in this program because it's very appealing to them. So we can have advanced practice physios filling up for the needs of the community in that way.
Let's go to the English Canadian.
Yeah, please do.
Yeah, sure. Francois is right. A lot of the MSK physio is provided in the private system. So the vast majority of the healthcare in Canada, of course, is public. Anything that's medically necessary is public. So anything in the hospital or anything that happens in a doctor's office is covered by the public system. So the reason, you know, when healthcare systems started getting stretched, they started cutting professions like physiotherapists. And so a lot of us being leaders and smart, went into private practice. The problem is that puts us in a parallel system, and we're not always able to communicate back into the main system because we've had direct access forever, so people don't necessarily need a referral to come and see us. So it can present a problem. But I think, you know, in terms of, we know we can do the training, we know people can get the experience to do advanced practice roles. We've seen great models, as everyone said, in MSK, we've seen it in neuro, we've seen it in emergency departments. It works very, very well. And I think right now, in particular, Canada geographically is much, much larger than the US with a much smaller population. So rural and remote care is very big for us. And that's where the telemedicine and e-communications all start coming in. And I think this is actually a really great time for us. I know we think of ourselves as really hands-on, but there's so much we can do if we're not right there, and in particular with advanced technology. So I do think, Terry, to the part of your question about addressing, like accessing parts of the population who can't access us, maybe because of what we had to do through COVID with telehealth and e-care, we can continue that and promote that, and that can become part of how we access people. And I want to make one other semi-quick point. There's different models of how we would work in advanced care. I really like Natalie's model of the first contact practitioner direct access. I think that's the direction we want to go. The couple of other models that we're perhaps as a profession not so interested in are the physician assistant model, right? Where we come alongside, work alongside a physician, and we're working under their license. I don't think we want to go there. We are a direct access profession and really have the ability to offer more to the system. And the third model is independent practice, which is what we do now, which is great, but it doesn't always feed back into the system. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that. You look like you're ready to go.
Oh, whenever you're ready.
Take it
so
away.
I think there's two pieces to your question that's really fascinating. The first one is, if we really want to change the healthcare system to a system for health, then we really have to get early access to physical therapy. And the benefit of the amazing research that we've been able to do in Army physical therapy with folks like, I know Julie's here, Julie Fritz, and I see Ian Lee and Dan Rohn, is to really look at healthcare data to show that when you break down those barriers, when you get out there where people live, love, and labor, and you push the care outside of the brick and mortar into the community where they can access it easier, healthcare costs decrease and outcomes go up. So it's really important to get after access from that perspective across the whole population to bring down costs. The second piece of this really gets to how we do that. And I think if I go back to Natalie's conversation, which I think was really brilliant, is you're going about it, and I'm paraphrasing at least how I heard her say, is we put the patient first. So if we have this rural environment or remote environment for the military, how do you take care of that population with the existing resources? And in those settings, everyone seems to come together as a team much easier because we all have that patient as the focal point, and we know the limited resources, whether it be rural or for the military, very remote, and we know we have to take care of them. And so in that setting, it's not about one profession or the other. It's about how do we all work at the top of our credentials to make the system as efficient as possible to help the individual.
Yeah, and I really appreciate that. For those of us who were at the Macmillan last night, I don't know how many times Colleen Keegan talked about putting the patient at the center, right?
That's
so
right.
It was about technology, but always bringing it back to making the patient at the center.
Yes.
What would you add, Fabricia?
Yeah, I mean, I think regardless of rural setting or urban setting, one thing that was mentioned earlier is, this really vast access to the internet and the opportunity for our patients to really kind of be exposed to so much misinformation. And so I think a lot about what a responsibility it is for us to kind of share the latest research and really help them to tease out hope from hype, right? Because I think it's easy for them to start Googling and find treatments that they think may be valid. And so I think there's an important responsibility to be up to date with the latest research and really to be able to guide them in that way.
Yeah, and I mean, I think an underlying theme in all of this is, again, that translation of evidence to practice, right? And how do we better get the practicing physical therapists to use the evidence, and not just physical therapists, but everyone, to use this evidence that's out there in such great quantities of excellent data. Why don't we do a little bit of more crystal ball gazing, huh? So we've heard some of your thoughts about where the future lies. I mean, it seems like every time physical therapy hits, one door closes, another opens, as the saying goes, right? Right now, if you were to look at the future, like let's say 10, 20, and into your crystal ball, what would you say that you haven't had the chance to say yet is where are those opportunities for us? Why don't we start with you, Fabrice?
Yeah, I love this game. So, and I think Colleen really set the stage so beautifully yesterday. You really, kind of pushing us to think big. And personally, I found it so inspirational. So, when I think about our practice, I think something that we do so well is that we work with other disciplines, and I mentioned this briefly, and it's a part of our practice to collaborate with individuals from so many different disciplines. So I personally am very excited about continuing to push that radius and continuing to expand the collaborators with whom we're working, including regenerative medicine STEM scientists, tissue engineers, bioengineers, roboticists. I think the possibilities are really limitless. And so, how to kind of get some traction in that, probably one of the best things that we can do, and one of the early things to do, is really just exposure. I think exposure to our students and the educational programs, that they can see the amazing medical advances that are happening that touch so close to home in our practice.
Yeah, great, thank you. Francois?
Well, coming back to advanced practice, I think the future is now. So I'm not going to put myself forward a lot. I think we need to keep on doing what we've been doing, at least in Canada, and in terms of, advocating for physiotherapists to become first contact practitioners. So I think that's something that's very important. Will we call this advanced practice in 10 years? We might not. It might be entry to level practice training that we give to them, and then we'll look back on it and we'll think, oh, this used to be advanced practice, but now it's entry to level practice for some of our physios. So I think that's where there's a lot of opportunities in terms of the profession, and it's certainly sexy for us to think that we'll have more autonomous roles, but again, this is not just about us. It's about patients' need, and we need to be able to respond to patients' need in an efficient way. And we've got tons of data showing, growing data from different settings, obviously from the UK, Ireland, Australia, showing how beneficial these models of care are. So we need to, put the evidence forward and advocate for this, and make sure that we have physios that are leaders, that advocate at higher levels for the change in the healthcare systems that we need to go forward with this.
Yeah, thank you. Peter.
So when I was on faculty at Army Baylor, I never thought I would leave academia. I love being on faculty, and I love teaching students how to leverage evidence-based practice. And we all understand that it takes about 25 years sometimes for evidence to get into practice and become mainstream. And how do you shorten that time? Well, what I found is that as I was kind of pushed into leadership roles and healthcare executive roles, part of that is being at the table where the policy is being made and actually having evidence-based policies that support evidence-based practice. Because without us being at the table helping to inform the policies of healthcare organizations, we're never going to shorten that time it takes to take best practice into commonplace. And so I think if you look at the future, I think our role in the healthcare executive, in the C-suite, I really hope that expands.
Yeah.
And I think it's really critical because we have to set the stage for the whole interdisciplinary team to work at the top of their credentials, and that requires more allied health providers being able to put evidence-based leadership into place.
Yeah, great, terrific. Alice, gaze for us.
Yeah, look, I agree with what everybody said so far. Yes, this is our time. I mean, we've seen our profession advance out of every war, the First World War, the Second World War. This pandemic, we could easily call the Third World War. You know, we have seen our profession advance, so I fully agree with what everybody is saying. This is our time. How do we capitalize on it? How do we ensure we're at the right tables to get our voice heard? And very proud, as a sidebar, I want to let you know we just had a provincial election, and the new Minister for Seniors is a physiotherapist. So, you know, we're getting there. We're getting ourselves out, right? So, yeah, but, you know, I also think we need to think about getting evidence into practice really quickly. They got clinical trials down from 15 years to 18 months. Surely to God, we can do something about this for physio evidence. Yeah. We have got to.
One would hope. I mean, incredible synergies among all of you and across these, at least our immediate border, right? But it's been so much fun having this conversation with all of you today. I hope everyone else enjoyed it. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Doug Robards from Performance Health to provide some sponsor remarks.
If you've ever been backpacking or hiking in a group, you're aware that the person at the front of the line of that hikers, the leader, has a uniquely clear view of the trail ahead. As a leader, both of a hike or an organization, you are relied upon for direction. A leader must pay close attention to the path immediately in front of them and be prepared to act. But a leader must also be wise enough to pick up his or her head occasionally to assess the path far ahead in order to properly prepare for what is to come. As leaders, today is that opportunity to direct your gaze far down the path of physical therapy to appropriately lead your organizations and the remainder of the industry to prosperity. On behalf of the people of Performance Health, the largest specialty physical therapy product distributor in North America, I would like to thank everyone for taking the time today and the prior days to direct your attention far down the trail to be stronger leaders in the world of physical therapy. Since leaders need nourishment in order to lead effectively, I now invite you to adjourn for lunch and to join one another's company and prepare for the remainder of this exciting day. Thank you.
However, as the panelists exit, I would just like to hang on to you for one more second, but you may be excused. Before we go to lunch, we wanted to share something special with you that came from our members. Back in June, APTA put out a call to members for videos sharing their visions of what they thought the future of physical therapy might look like to them and how that would contribute to a mission to build a community that advances the profession of physical therapy to improve the health of society. We received some amazing, passionate, and wonderful videos, so we wanted to give some highlights to you. So enjoy these, and they will take you right out to your lunch break. Thank you very much.
Our decision to become physical therapists started with a strong desire to serve our respective communities. We saw the connection that was attainable through relationships between patients and their healthcare providers. We knew that we wanted to be a part of that impact, especially in the underserved communities that so desperately need well-rounded and holistic care.
It was while we were students at High Point University that we had the opportunity to serve in the Pro Bono Clinic. We were able to provide direct access, evaluation, and treatment of underserved patient populations in the community. Being able to be a part of this and see firsthand how it directly affects our patients, it sparked a passion in us to advocate for our profession, but most importantly, for our patients.
Physical therapists need to start being seen as direct access primary care providers. One of the actions that we can take is advocating for our profession to be included in the National Health Service Corps, whose mission is to provide healthcare services to the underserved. By doing so, we will be advocating for the profession of physical therapy, improving the health of society, and overall well-being of the community.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Seagraves, and I'm a women's health clinical specialist who practices in acute care. My vision is that every mom who gives birth is provided with a physical and occupational therapy visit before they leave the hospital. Over 98% of births occur in the hospital setting, with over a third of those births being cesarean sections, major open abdominal surgeries. We routinely see individuals after abdominal surgeries, knee or hip replacements. We review their precautions and make sure they're safe to return home. Moms after cesarean section, on the other hand, are routinely navigating their mobility with the added challenge of caring for their newborn. Of the developed nations around the world, the United States has the highest maternal mortality rate. We as therapists are uniquely qualified to screen individuals for risk factors that may be contributing to this mortality rate before they leave the hospital. Please join me in this vision and spread the word.
Good morning from beautiful Huntington, West Virginia. I am so excited about the future of the physical therapy profession. My vision is one where we will first and foremost be practicing at the top of our license. Second, that physical therapists are being reimbursed for the services that we provide. 3, that physical therapists are the go-to individuals for rehabilitation services. And 4, that physical therapists' salaries continue to grow and prosper in the next generation. You know, our future as physical therapists and our profession is dependent upon what we do today. It requires bold leadership, it requires engagement, and it requires all hands on deck. No matter whether you're at the APTA office, whether you're in a chapter, whether you're in a section, or whether you're in a SIG, we all need to pull together. We need to have a vision for the future, we need to work together, and we need to make this happen. And if we do, we can accomplish those 4 things that I just laid out.
My fellowship mentor says that as physical therapists, we often find ourselves to be the quarterback of the interdisciplinary football team because we are autonomous, highly educated, and often know the patients better than other clinicians from spending more time with the patients. I will seek out communication with medical doctors, chiropractors, surgeons, acupuncturists, massage therapists, dietitians, nutritionists, psychologists, psychiatrists, OTs, SLPs, and personal trainers to promote interdisciplinary care for my patients. I believe that as other clinicians start working with physical therapists more frequently, they will begin to value our insight on a greater level and depend on us more. These relationships will help both our patients and our profession to move forward.
Welcome back, everyone. My name is Dr. Heidi Jananga, and I am the co-founder and chief clinical officer of WebPT and a longtime member of the APTA. WebPT was very proud to sponsor this morning's breakfast, so hopefully everybody enjoyed. And as you know, we've been very devoted to the future of our profession. Since our launch in 2008, we have been committed to technology innovation that empowers rehab therapists to achieve greatness in practice. And that's why we've created an innovative end-to-end business solution specifically designed for rehab therapy professionals and coupled it with elite quality education and support. WebPT gives every rehab therapy business, from the single therapist clinic all the way through to the multi-location enterprises, the tools and knowledge necessary to maximize performance, revenue, and patient outcomes.
Today, we are proud to serve over 90,000 therapy professionals and 17,000 practices all across the U.S., equating to just over 40% market share. Now, this morning, we heard about the power of community and thoughts on what's possible in our profession. Wherever we go into the future, improving the health of society must be our priority. And we at WebPT want to be your partner in technology to help get us there. Now, we as physical therapists make a difference in people's lives every day through skilled, evidence-based practice. And sometimes we make a difference just by encouraging, educating, and inspiring healthy behaviors like daily activity. Earlier this year, the APTA released a public service announcement that is still playing on TV and radio stations all across the country. It's actually also available on choosept.com. Now, whether you're in the auditorium today or watching from home, one simple but powerful thing we can do is to share APTA's PSA through our social media channels and with people that we know. Each of us can make a difference individually, but together, now that's called viral. So we can do this. Let's get on our social media. The future may be uncertain, but one thing is a sure bet. Uniting our messages as physical therapists, regardless of specialty, will strengthen our voice as a profession and an advocacy in helping to shape our future. Thank you.
When we walk, when we reach, when we play, we're moving through life. Lately, we haven't been moving enough. An estimated 80% of Americans aren't getting their recommended daily physical activity. This is a health crisis, and the solution is in our hands and our feet. It's on our shoulders, it's on our backs, it's in our souls. It's time to move and keep moving, America. Wherever you are, however you can. Movement reduces your risk of diabetes, heart disease, and cancer. It improves your brain function, pain management, and immune system. And when you need help, physical therapists and physical therapist assistants are by your side, increasing your strength and mobility and improving your quality of life through prescribed exercise and teamwork. Because we are meant to climb, to dance, to soar, to thrive. Choose to move. Choose physical therapy.
I'm Drew Contreras, APTA's Vice President of Clinical Innovation and Integration. And that Choose PT video tells the public how we can improve their health and well-being. But to make a positive impact on society, we also need to take care of ourselves. The last year and a half have been hard, and the cost of the pandemic has been high for our country and for our profession. We are reaching an inflection point in our profession where our clinicians are exhausted. Compassion, fatigue, and burnout aren't even the right words to describe the scope of what we are facing. Clinicians are walking away from the profession, not because of salary or positions, just because they're exhausted. In order to help others, we need to make sure we are taking care of ourselves and each other. It's up to us, all of us, individual clinicians, clinic leaders, businesses, and the APTA, to make sure that we take the time and energy to do just that. Today we are announcing that the APTA is kicking off a new campaign, Fit for Practice, powered by our partner, Hyperice. The campaign is for everyone in the physical therapy profession, PTs, PTAs, support staff in your clinic, members and non-members alike. This campaign is about you, the staff PT with the full schedule every day, the PT with the gait belt in the hallway of hospitals and nursing homes, The school-based clinicians, the rural PTs, the home health PTs, this is about you. We know that you are shouldering the load of the profession. You are essential, and this is about you and for you. This campaign will begin in mid-October and run through the combined sections meeting in 2022. The campaign will provide, free of charge, resources and opportunities to engage with one another, to help ourselves and help one another. These efforts will be broken down into weekly efforts of consumable content, things like webinars, blogs, CEU courses, social media engagements, written content, all focused on 4 specific pillars. The areas we will focus on will be aspects of your physical well-being, movement. How are you moving? How's your strength? We're experts in these fields, but has your self-care taken a backseat to other priorities the last 18 months? How is your resilience? Are you managing stress and all the downstream effects of it? Do you have the mental health support you need? Of all our well-being aspects, none have been abused during this pandemic as much as our restoration. How is your sleep quality? And dare I ask, how is your nutrition? Let's also make sure we take a look at our practice health. How are your employees doing? Are they getting the mentoring they deserve? Has your own professional development taken a back seat lately? Powered by our partner HyperIce, this campaign is partnering with over a dozen entities within and outside of the PT industry because we can't do it alone. If this speaks to you, a coworker, a colleague, or a friend, I encourage you to sign up early at apta.org/fit-4-practice. Now, I'd like to thank our lunch sponsor, the American Council of Academic Physical Therapy, and welcome to the stage ACAP's president, Mark F. Reinking.
Good afternoon. Drew, for that introduction. I've been a member of the American Physical Therapy Association since 1984, and I'm so proud of what this organization has accomplished and will continue to accomplish. ACAPT is so pleased to have sponsored this event where we have this unique ability to invest time considering the future of our profession. ACAPT, the American Council of Academic Physical Therapy, is the organization representing nearly all accredited physical therapist education programs and their clinical partners. We are committed to leading academic physical therapy in the pursuit of excellence. Our vision as a respected leader in academic physical therapy is to create this shared culture of excellence in education, in research, in practice, and in service to improve societal health. We aim to do so by engaging in ongoing assessment and improvement, improving diversity, equity, and inclusion, and influencing through strategic collaborations. We all know excellence is not a destination, but a continual journey, and ACAPT is committed to that journey with our academic institution and clinical partners. We welcome all academic and clinical educators to attend the Educational Leadership Conference in Atlanta in October, co-sponsored with the APTA Academy of Education. We are also so excited about our work collecting data to inform our pursuit of educational excellence. To learn more about our events and resources, please visit us at acapt.org. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mark. Now we turn to improving the health of society and the role our profession is contributing to that improvement. I'd like to introduce our keynote speaker on this portion of the summit, Alarcos Cecia, who will be joining us virtually. Alarcos is the head of Sensory Functions, Disability, and Rehabilitation for the World Health Organization, where she oversees WHO's work on vision, hearing, disability, and rehabilitation. Before joining WHO, she was chair and professor at the medical psychology at the Faculty of Social and Human Sciences at the University of Southampton in the UK. Dr. Cecilio led the research unit for over 10 years at the Department of Physical Medicine and Rehab, and then at the Pennenkoffer School of Public Health at the Ludwig Maximilians University in Munich, Germany. Please welcome Alarcos.
Thank you. Thank you for that introduction, and thank you to everyone. So if I could share my screen, I think, but potentially I will not be able to share my screen. It's good, it's good. So let's do it without sharing my screen. Look, 2.4 billion people around the world have a health condition that could benefit from rehabilitation. This means 1 in 3, and this number, this 2.4 billion people, has increased since 1990 by 63%. And this number, the equivalent in the US, is 150 million people in the US with health conditions that could benefit from rehabilitation. But you know, the significance of these numbers is not that they are big. The significance of these numbers is that in many countries, not more than 50% of those who could benefit from rehabilitation receive it and have access to it. And that is really the drama in rehabilitation, that despite the huge need, the unmet need is still so large. And all people should receive the quality services that they need without financial hardship. At the end of the day, is an argument of equity. So rehabilitation, and when I talk about rehabilitation, of course I include physical therapy as intrinsic part of it. But when we talk about rehabilitation and the argument for it, it is not that it is not only that it is the needed thing to do, but most importantly, is the right thing to do. Because again, at the end of the day, it's a question of equity. But it is not only the needed thing to do and the right thing to do. It is also the smart thing to do. And here I have to admit, I got inspired by the vision of APTA, building a community that advances the profession of physical therapy to improve the health of society. And indeed, is the improvement of the health of society what makes rehabilitation, what makes physical therapy the smart thing to do. Because investing in rehabilitation at the end of the day is investing in health. And one of the things that COVID-19 has, or of the many lessons that COVID-19 has taught us, is that investments in health are cost-saving investments and are good investments. And you know, rehabilitation, physical therapy, targets health that is the reason why we can say that it is an investment in health. But it is not only our health, our bodies. What we target with rehabilitation and with physical therapy is what we do with our health in everyday life. At the end of the day, it is about sleeping, about communicating, about breathing, about hearing, about working, about managing stress, about moving around. And it is then health and what we do with our health, what is the investment about. And that what we do with our health is functioning. And then we can say with confidence that rehabilitation is not only an investment in health, it's also an investment on what we do with our health in everyday life, what we do, what is an investment in functioning, and that is the path to well-being. And also one of the lessons learned of COVID-19 has been, and that I think has been a lesson for the whole society, is how functioning is fundamental to people's lives. Independently whether we have been affected or that we have got the disease COVID-19, we have been affected by the disease in different forms and also by the control or by the measures to control the disease. For that reason, everyone could get the sense, a glimpse, what does it mean to be restricted in our everyday functioning. Rehabilitation, physical therapy is the right thing to do, the smart thing to do, but also the possible thing to do. And you know, when we talk about the possible thing to do, we need to think what is the real path to making rehabilitation sustainable and to making physical therapy and the access to physical therapy sustainable. And this path is health system strengthening. So at the end of the day, it's not only about strengthening rehabilitation, strengthening physical therapy, is strengthening the components of the health systems that will catalyze the strengthening of rehabilitation services and physical therapy services. It is about having good governance mechanisms and prioritization for rehabilitation. It is about policymakers seeing that investing in rehabilitation is an investment on health, on functioning and well-being. It is about strengthening the financing possibilities towards rehabilitation. It is about strengthening the workforce. It is about strengthening the health information systems. And only the different components get strengthened, we will be able to, in a sustainable way, strengthen and close the gap of unmet rehabilitation. And it is possible because we have also the tools. We have the tools to strengthening rehabilitation in health systems. I would like to give you three examples of tools that WHO is developing. The first one is a package of interventions for rehabilitation. You know, when WHO goes to countries to support countries to strengthen the health system for rehabilitation in those countries where the unmet need is huge. The first question that comes to us is, okay, but where do we start? What are the interventions that needs to be included in packages of care for universal health coverage? Where do I start and where do I end? And that is the answer that this package of interventions for rehabilitation is providing. It is about including those cost-effective interventions in this package that will also give the information on what are the resources that need to be included in order to provide them. What is the workforce needed? What is the financial resources that are needed? And with this information, then countries can move forward to create a budget that will tell them what is needed in terms of investment for rehabilitation. The second tool that I would like to mention, and that is important also from the perspective of APTA, is the rehabilitation competency framework. And you know, in a country like the US, you have different competencies frameworks for physical therapy and also for all other rehabilitation professions. But in low-income countries, this is not the case. And the rehabilitation competency framework that we have developed intends to align in countries the workforce that is needed with population needs, so that once we have the need and the unmet need, we can say what is the workforce that is needed. And last but not least, I would like also to mention a guide for action. The guide for action that provides governments with the support needed so that they know how to strengthen health systems and all these building blocks that I have mentioned in terms of governance, of financing, of workforce, of health information system, to strengthen all of them in a strategic plan so that equitable rehabilitation can be made sustainable. I would invite you also to go to our webpage to look at all these tools that make possible the investment on rehabilitation. So summarizing, it is not only about the needed thing to do, because 2.4 billion people around the world have health conditions that could benefit from rehabilitation. It is because it is the right thing to do that lead to equity. It is the smart thing to do because it is an investment in health and what we do with our health. And it is also the possible thing to do. So I very much hope that during this celebration over the 1 week of commemorating the 100 years APTA, you keep repeating it. So thank you.
We okay? We okay?
We are.
We are. Alarco Cieso, thank you
Cieso,
so much. Thank you. Our third panel of the day is focused on improving the health of society. Our moderator for the discussion is Afosa Gobadia, CEO of Move Together, a nonprofit that's dedicated to democratizing movement health around the world. Afosa will introduce the rest of the panel. Please welcome Afosa Gobadia to the stage.
Well, first off, it's a high pleasure to be sharing time with you all today. Everybody that's streaming in from around the world and everybody that's present right now. And a deep appreciation to the panelists and speakers. Truly, truly inspiring. And what an event this is, everyone. What an event this is. An event that has brought us together to honor the past, to share time together in the present, and to dream and to dare into the future. 50 ago, our amazing foremothers founded and brought forth our profession, a profession predicated on the transformational power of movement and the belief in the human spirit. And since that time, men and women from different creeds and background, from different parts of the world and different parts of the country, have worked to expand the impact felt by this profession of ours. And they have journeyed to improve the health of society. To improve the health of society. That very invitation and that idea is before us today. That word grabs us and will not let us go. That word improve. The word sets us up with a presupposition that things can be better. If we believe that they can, we are already on the way. And on that road, we can honor that which has been good and is good, as well identify that which can be better. And then there's society. What is it? When is it? Where is it? And how is it? We can start by agreeing that is all around us. It pushes us and is pushed by us. It pulls and is pulled by us. Sometimes it feels palpable, and sometimes it feels like it's beyond our reach. It is near, it is far, it is around the corner and around the world. It is what we are aiming to transform for the better. Whatever it is, however we define it, it demands of us that we know it as well as we can, so that we may serve it as best as we can. When I think of society and I think of our profession, the words of Ruby Decker in her 1996 Macmillan lecture ring in my mind. And so she said, to endure in a democratic society, a profession must be responsive sooner or later to the pressure of the society it serves. This is an incontestable fact. This is an incontestable fact. So with that fact, we explore, while being aspirational in our aim and humble in our approach. We explore together. It's time to meet our panelists. I'm going to invite Larry Benz and Anthony Dutine to the stage. Okay, welcome Larry and Anthony. And so Mia, we're going to start. Larry, we'll start with you, then we'll go around, give the audience a sense of what entities you're with and what projects you're working on.
Sure. My name's Larry Benz, and I'm pleased to be here. This is like a happy place for me. So thank you, APTA, for such great leadership, and what a wonderful way to celebrate. And what a timely topic. I represent a company called Confluent Health, which is comprised of a bunch of private practice PTs who own and operate physical therapy centers in about 25 states. It ranges from freestanding centers to hospital management agreements. We're also heavily involved in education, both on the post-professional side, certification, residency, and fellowships, but also on higher ed partnerships where PTs students could reach their dreams of becoming a PT in 2 years through a blended hybrid approach. Lastly, we have a company called Fit for Work that does upstream prevention in about 1,100 industrial sites across the U.S. in a complete 100% prevention model with PTs, OTs, and athletic trainers. Well, that's my day job. I also should tell you that I was a former military PT, and I've also spent a lot of time in Haiti working with NGOs around the world, really, post-earthquake. And so my lens and perspective really does range from destigmatizing disability, for example, to payer innovation projects where PTs are at the top of the spear directing pathway of care. So pleased to be here for this timely topic.
Thank you, Larry. Anthony, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, and thank you for the invitation, and wonderful to be here. My name's Anthony Dutine. I'm a physiotherapist, physical therapist from the UK. It was wonderful to see Natalie Bezweatherick this morning. She was my previous boss in a previous life in the UK, and was a lovely boss, for the record. I work for the Pan American Health Organization, which is the regional office of the World Health Organization for the Americas. So I work closely with Alakos and enact a lot of the things that she's been talking about in her keynote for the countries across Latin America and the Caribbean. So stretching from North America, Latin America, and the Caribbean, so from Canada down to Chile and into all the countries and territories of the Caribbean. So implementing a lot of those tools that Alakos talked about, and working with ministries of health, working with actors in those countries to really share the importance of rehabilitation, to help them strategize for the rehabilitation need and the unmet need in their countries.
Thank you, Anthony. And Salmia, please, where you're from and some of the projects that you're working on.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the invitation to be on this panel. I'm Samia Kukwai, and I currently work as a clinical resource analyst at Johns Hopkins Hospital in Baltimore, Maryland. I also serve as the program director for the Johns Hopkins Hospital and University of Delaware Neuro-PT residency program. And as the assistant director of the Johns Hopkins Activity and Mobility Promotion Program, I lead the educational efforts and co-lead the implementation efforts that focus on the role of nursing and providers to promote mobility in hospitalized patients. And we work with groups that focus on early mobility in the ICU, enhanced surgical pathways, and age-friendly health system so that the therapy resources can be utilized wisely in a hospital setting. I have been involved with APTA for the past few years also, and was part of the work group that worked to develop the recommendations for outcome measures to COVID, to be used with COVID population last year. I'm also currently part of the work group that is working on a clinical practice guideline for core outcome measure recommendations for acute care. As a clinician and as a leader, majority of my experience has been in the hospital-based care, and today I hope to share my perspective of how we can contribute to improve the health of society even when functioning in a hospital-based care setting. And I strongly believe that there exists an opportunity for us to improve outcomes through interdisciplinary program and collaboration that as a profession we have to tap fully so that we can create efficiency within the health system. And I'm excited to be on this panel to discuss more on this.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Larry, we're going to dive in. So the opening question, Larry, what do you see as some of the opportunities for improvement in the landscape of society?
Yeah, so first and foremost, I think we are transforming health slowly, and there's a lot more work to be done. And as I look across the strength, assets, capabilities of what we are as PTs, and certainly the opportunities that there are, I kind of narrow it down to three areas. One is in musculoskeletal spend through an omnichannel approach. Second is behavioral health, ironically enough. And third is through messaging. So the musculoskeletal spend is about $323 billion. Physical therapy plays about an 8 to 10% role. We simply are very small potatoes. And it's really not about patients accessing us directly. It's really us directing access at the top of that funnel. And that would include the skills that PTs have of empathy and high quality connections and helping patients very early through directing care through risk stratification tools that are very sophisticated that in essence can tell whether a patient needs to see a specialist or they could be handled through self-management, a blended approach, or total hands-on intensity. That's the omnichannel sort of approach to it. We are good at documenting acuity and severity and comorbidities and really directing that. We've had a lot of experience in payer innovations with doing that I can elaborate on as well. The second area, though, is behavioral health, and we're really missing the boat here because PTs, we are in the behavioral health business. It's arguably 20 to 40% of patients these days, particularly in a COVID world, have fair anxiety, depression. Whether you're all medication or all talk therapy, we all agree that movement, motor learning, and exercise are an acceptable evidence-based intervention, and we need to be there. Self-efficacy is something we deal with every day in PT. We need to migrate that into the behavioral health world, in my opinion. The last one is really messaging. we really are not good at messaging our patients. Let me give you 2 examples. We've had 2 very large-scale payer projects. One was with one of the largest health insurers in a 2-state where they had 0 copay for 5 visits to PT for low back pain only. The other one was a very large self-insurance company in the healthcare sector. Same benefit, but included everything, not just low back pain. And there's a bunch of things we learned. The one thing we learned is it's not easy to get people to accept direct access when nobody's directing them and it's totally driven by a consumer. So our messaging is just not working with them. We love direct access. It's working in a sense that more and more patients are coming to us directly, but it's not resonating quite. Women are the leading directors of care in their families, and we have to create better messaging. I've been a big proponent of creating a foundation for the advancement or the illustration, the highlights of PT, a nonprofit, similar to how we have the Foundation for Physical Therapy Research. Almost everybody in this room has bought something or worn something in the last 24, 48 hours that has been direct to consumer. So it works. It's just not quite working for us. So in the musculoskeletal spend, truly being the top of the funnel, behavioral health, literally being the director of being the collaborator in that, and then lastly, messaging. I think those are our biggest opportunities.
I love how you made a verb of direct access, directing access too, so going on the offensive. So you named 3 things, the 3 that you just mentioned, musculoskeletal, behavioral health, and messaging. Why hasn't these things that you're talking about, why haven't we been there as of yet? Why haven't this scaled as of yet?
Well, it's a fair question. So on the musculoskeletal spend, it is now digital health valuations and things going around there. Musculoskeletal spend, we sort of got heart under control, diabetes, maybe not. So the largest area of spend right now is musculoskeletal when you include disability. We're about 8 to 10% of a 320-some billion. So part of the problem is we're a very, very small player in it. And part of the constraint is we don't have enough PTs. If we doubled the amount of the spend in musculoskeletal through the work that we could do, we're going to need a lot more PTs than we have right now. And one of the only ways you can disintermediate that is through enabling technologies in this sort of omnichannel solution, through being at the top and risk stratifying and guiding patients. I think in the behavioral health, I don't think we realized as a profession that we're in the behavioral health. I think that's just more of professional awareness. In some cases, it's developing advanced clinical competencies, not only in just identifying fear, anxiety, depression, but also how to do some interventions, mindfulness, cognitive behavioral therapy, virtual reality, which allows us to provide an external locus of control on exercise rather than a traditional internal. And then on messaging, I just think it's a matter of that's outside of our wheelhouse for the most part.
So you're proposing for the musculoskeletal. I was having a conversation with somebody recently. They're saying that is our supply more than demand, but you're saying if we actually rethink some things, there's a whole 90% that we can engage with. So we actually need more supply if we're being serious about engaging with them. And then for behavioral health, it's that mindset shift, stepping into that space, believing we should be in that space and engage. And then messaging, we just need to get better. All right. So then what's at stake, Larry, if we don't step into these spaces or if we don't scale up?
Well, what's at stake, quite honestly, is what we have now, which is the status quo. We've got an extremely unhealthy population. We are under-resourced PT-wise relative to what we can be doing. I think the other part of it is, just look at where the musculoskeletal spend has gone. It's gone on this crazy trajectory, and it hasn't had the cost savings that we exhibit. The one thing we found out in our study, ironically enough, is that there's 2 things that are really important. One is that these were 2 major payer pilots. One is that the substitute for PT, which is the status quo, is nothing or an opioid. The 2 biggest reasons people didn't access us, even when it was in theory for free, a 0 copay, is they either got prescribed nothing or an opioid. Second, the other thing we learned is that, as it turns out, we can save a lot of money in the knee. We've focused a lot on spine care and low back pain, but as it turns out, the knee presents, given the trajectory and total knees that is going on. So the status quo is nothing or an opioid. That's the obstacles.
Are you hopeful that we can
Yes,
step
I'm very
into this
hopeful. I'm very hopeful. We are seeing it both in a macro way. In a small, one at a time, bite by bite kind of way. But we're also seeing payer innovation that is really recognizing the ability and the necessity to risk stratify and get patients involved with PTs, directing the care for aches, pains, sprains, and strains.
Everything I'm hearing you saying, it's an opportunity for us to step into. Provide an opportunity for a patient dealing with musculoskeletal issues to not just have nothing and not just take that opioid. step up into that space. And also, again, that idea of only 8 to 10%. How might we engage with that 90 to 92%? We're presented with an opportunity.
No doubt, no doubt, yep.
All right. Thank you so much, Larry. You're going to be giving us some nuggets and next steps towards the end of this session. Salmiya, you're next, please. What are some of the opportunities for improvement in the landscape of society?
Thanks, Afosa. I agree with Larry. Larry brings a good point of coming it from the musculoskeletal and behavioral and the awareness. If you look at hospital-based settings and what are the opportunities for physical therapists who are practicing in hospital-based setting to contribute to the health of society? One, we have patients, we have that access to the patients directly because they are admitted in the hospital. But I think one of the things that we need to think about is that are we getting therapy to those patients who really need therapy? Is there a waste of our resources in this setting? So, for example, when we have patients, so many patients on a caseload, and we have our therapy resources are also limited, and we are not able to reach everyone, how do we then kind of make sure that we are really getting to those patients who really need us? Maybe those are the patients who may be in the ICU settings, or those are the patients who may have surgery and who need that therapy. So I think that's an opportunity that I look at as how can we utilize outcome measures? How can we work with other interdisciplinary team members to make sure that we are aligning the right provider with the right patient at the right time?
So Salmiya, some of what I'm hearing you say is a bit of aiming our resources to those in need, and then really optimizing the resources that we have, because there is so much need. So another question I have for you, are you also suggesting that we could expand the amount of settings or the type of settings that we're in, and expand the type of things we're doing in the settings that we're already in?
I think so. I think we are, we have so many areas that we probably have not explored. And one of the things that we can think about is that, what is our role of physical therapy? And is it just mobilizing patients or just moving patients? Or is it providing that rehabilitation that the patients really need to get better so that they can get discharged from the hospital, go back to their community, and lead an integrated life in the community?
What is a trend in your setting that you're seeing that you wish we knew about, we were more aware of? What trends or innovative things are you doing?
So one of the things that we are currently working on is that, and this has been the recurring theme today in today's previous panels and previous talks, is that how can we deliver our care and make sure that we are improving outcomes at low cost. So as part of the activity and mobility promotion program that we implemented in our hospital, we educate and we collaborate with our nursing colleagues and our providers, really kind of looking into how patients in the hospital can be mobilized outside of therapy sessions, so that they're not just waiting for physical therapists to go in to just mobilize patients. And we have our nursing staff do some of the outcome assess the patient's function in a systematic way, so we use those outcome measures and tests to kind of help drive our consults too. So I think this has had a huge impact on how we provide PT in acute care in our hospital.
So improving outcomes of cost is something that's big. mobilizing as soon as possible, not only by physical therapists, how maybe we collaborate with other folks, and this idea of interdisciplinary care is important. Are you seeing, you guys seem to be doing that in your setting, are there any barriers to this scaling out to other settings that are similar to yours?
I think one of the buy-in and the creating that awareness, that the lack of awareness is huge. So that's something that we are still working on, is how do we create that awareness of what the role of physical therapist is, and how can how can we leverage our other staff or other interdisciplinary team members to help with some of these projects. So.
And how do we? I was going to save some of the how-tos to the end, but Salmiya, but how do we create awareness? How have you guys found it to be successful in your setting?
I think one of the ways that what we are trying to do in our setting is to partner with other ongoing quality improvement projects and programs that are part of the healthcare system, such as the surgical enhanced recovery after surgical pathways, or the age-friendly system, which is looking, and mobility is an important part of their in their programs too. So we're really kind of working on partnering with these programs that are already ongoing, and also helping and educating our nursing staff, educating our providers, and providing with them not just providing them with the tools that is needed for them to help us mobilize the patients too. So I think really partnering with other people and other programs that is already existing and ongoing, and is one of the ways we are tackling this.
I love it. Thanks so much. What seems to be so consistent in what you're saying is that partnership, within your setting and certainly beyond, and that word that is with us since the very beginning, interdisciplinary care. Not just interdisciplinary care, working together.
Exactly.
Well, thank you so much, Salmiya. Really appreciate that. We're going to take this moment to take a question from the audience. Can I ask any question of Salmiya or anybody else up in the panel? Okay, we'll have opportunity at the end as well.
Yeah.
They were good.
Careful what you ask for.
I'm not one to shy away from asking a question. I'm wondering, particularly you were talking about mental health and social and emotional well-being and the role of physical therapists with that. Can you elaborate a little bit more on how you see the role developing and what kinds of resources, training, and support, even financial support, you might see in order to develop that out? I definitely see the need, and I will just say particularly for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, but for all of us, and I'd love to hear how you can see that growing.
I'll take the first stab at it, and I wish I had a lot of these answers because these are very good opportunities, but the challenges to do them are incredible. So you look at chronic pain right now, where during COVID we've gone from arguably 50 million to 70 million or more Americans that have chronic pain, which really represents a complex or an intersection of both behavioral health, mental health, and physical issues, as well as cognitive and everything else. I think the other side of that is in the behavioral health world, we've recognized ourselves as movement specialists and as exercise gurus and self-efficacy and motor control and external focus of control and some of these enabling technologies like VR, but I'm not so sure the behavioral health world has recognized it. And so I think it is going to take a strong sense of collaboration and joint meetings and consensus building, within groups along that line. Maybe it's being done. I'm not, real sure. But those would be some of the first conversations, I think, to have. And I think that lastly, I think we have to personalize PT a little bit more. If you look at the success of, say, something like Peloton or personal trainers and even Apple Fitness and what they're doing, they're making effectively a personality strength out of individual PTs. We can do that in our profession, from those that work with the most profoundly disabled in wheelchair and athletics and sports medicine, but we could also do it in behavioral health and other areas, where we really crowdsource and develop, a real strategy around it. But I think it's going to take, a lot of effort and a lot of resources.
Thank you. Then, may I just suggest, I would love to partner with you and everybody here in our Strong Bodies, Strong Minds program for Special Olympics. Please join us.
Great.
Thank you. Anthony, you're up next. So the question, what are the opportunities that you see in the landscape? What are the opportunities you see for improvement in the landscape of society?
Thanks. I think I'll probably come at it from a slightly more macro and multi-country view, maybe not quite so macro as Alarcos presented before, but I think just the sheer scale of need for rehabilitation is a major opportunity. And of course, that gap that Alarcos talked about and the gap that you've mentioned, and of course Sumaya's mentioned as well, these missed opportunities are only going to grow. We're not at a point where we can say that 2.4 billion people around the world have a rehabilitation need, and it's going to stop there until we catch up. That 2.4 billion people is going to grow in the next 10 years. As populations get older, we know that there's a growing need. That percentage change, I can't remember the figure that Alarcos put, but 60% change since 1990 is going to continue to accelerate. So without doubt, rehabilitation and physical therapy is a fundamental health strategy for the 21st century. And we need to grasp that with both hands and take that forwards and recognize ourselves as being the forefront of health for the next 100 years, because that's what the health of society is demanding on us. And we need to take this opportunity now. So that's the major opportunity. And of course, addressing some of the gaps that have come up is one of the key challenges, is how do we do that? I really liked what we're talking about in this interdisciplinary approach and working across. I would challenge us to sort of step outside of maybe what sometimes is our comfort zones, as well as what we think society and health is, and start thinking about partnerships with the people that are receiving rehabilitation, with the intellectual disability community, with the older people's community, with the people who are receiving our services. They are the fundamental stakeholders in driving how services should be delivered. We shouldn't be doing it in isolation and telling the users of services what service should look like. We should be doing it together and asking those communities, and also constantly thinking about who's not at the table. Where are those unmet needs and who's not being represented within that community? Is it from the community of people of color, from the LGBTQI community, from the community of people with disabilities? Who don't we see in our data and our statistics and our clinics that we think we should be seeing? And how do we reach out to those populations that we aren't seeing? Because that's where a large amount of the unmet need is.
A lot of good stuff in there, Anthony. So I think it was a salient point that you made, that need is not going to wait for us to catch up to it. So we're already behind the 8 ball a little bit, so we need to aim and accelerate a little bit. I think that's super important there. And then you mentioned some different things about health strategies and things like that. I have one or two thoughts and then a question, and then we'll go
Sure.
along. I love what you said about not being in isolation, and I think about the word of autonomy that's so important to us. I think when the word autonomy came up, I think for some people it meant independent, and what could we only do? I was influenced in the conversation by Dr. Paul Rocker, actually, when I chatted with him in Pittsburgh a couple of years ago, that autonomy is just not about independence, it's about responsibility. Being responsibility for the client in front of you, so to speak, and then the community in front of you, being responsible to them and for them. So that's a shift in thinking.
Yeah.
And that all ties into the interdisciplinary care. It's not just about PT, what we could do, what is ours, whatever that means, is what we can do together, like people said before, the person that is central, the patient being centered. And then the question I have for you, I think it came up in a conversation in the past. Anthony, on the global macro level, which you spend your time, what are the trends looking like? How are things? Are things getting better or worse? There's a lot of technology and startups and all that stuff. Are things getting better or worse? Is this decade better than the last?
It's a great question, and it's a relative question. It's a very subjective question. People are living longer. That's a positive outcome. Fewer people are dying, and people are living into older age. This is a positive thing. We see the impact of the Millennium Development Goals that really targeted around the world maternal mortality, under 5 child mortality, targeted infectious diseases, and was very mortality focused. And that has really seen in a lot of countries around the world, in most countries around the world, reducing rates of mortality. But that comes then with new challenges for the health sector. So it's not a case of better or worse, it's a case of, are things changing and are we keeping up with the change that is happening? We see much, much more attention on things that have been often undervalued, or maybe undervalued is the wrong word, attended, mental health being one, and yet we see now lots more conversations about mental health and it becoming much more out in the open about positive mental health, about being able to think about our mental health. And that for years has been really hidden away, and mental health has been a sort of subject that is not there. So we see massive positives in how we see health in much more holistic state of mental and physical well-being. And I think that is positive, but it brings then new challenges of how are we meeting these things, because health cannot be delivered as it was 20, 30, 40 years ago if our understanding of health is changing at the same time. And I think that's a real positive. We are seeing much, much more dimensions to health and much more dimensions to society, and understanding, I would say not yet addressing the inequities that exist, but beginning to understand and identify many of those inequities, which didn't previously happen, hasn't previously happened. And so I think that's a positive. But it also highlights then where the gaps are and makes us think that, well, there's so much more to be done. And there is so much more to be done because we're uncovering so much more as well.
2 questions. I came across this concept with APTA. He's a physician that thinks about sort of longevity and living. And he distinguishes between lifespan and health span, so to speak. How do you consider that then? You're saying we should step into not just how long, you have technologies that could stretch our life, but how well people will live in. Is that a space we could step in?
I think, and I mean, there's already measures that look at that quality-adjusted life years or disability-adjusted life years, as you sort of say. And I think it's an important facet. And I think Alarcos talked about functioning. And I think functioning is a key piece. She talked about it's what we do with our health. It's what we're doing with that. And that's the role that physical therapy, that rehabilitation services can have. So yes, I absolutely think that, and there's a movement to sort of talk about functioning as the 3rd health indicator. We talk about mortality and death. We talk about morbidity and presence or absence of disease. Functioning needs to be moved up there as a 3rd health indicator to look at how a population is functioning within the society that we're living.
And then the other question I had, you mentioned some of the people, the unseen and the unknown in society. How do we see them? How do we know them? How do we find them, Anthony?
It's a great question, and if I had all the answers, then I would tell you. I think it has to start with engaging with them. I think it's not about us coming up with answers from offices or desks. It's about talking to the communities that aren't currently attending your clinic, who should potentially be there. How do we engage with maybe communities with lower socioeconomic status, with sort of migrant populations, with members of traditionally ostracized communities, and have productive and meaningful and engaged discussions with them about how do we make our services more safe, more accessible, more useful for the communities who aren't currently able to access those services.
Are you hopeful?
I am. I'm hopeful because I think we're beginning to have these conversations. It's beginning to be more mainstream, and that's a positive thing. I'm cautiously optimistic because I think that the challenges are huge, and I think that that it can feel sometimes insurmountable. And yet I'm hopeful because I think we have generations and we have new generations of people coming through who think differently, who are looking at the world slightly differently. And we need to embrace that and listen. And I think, we need to come out with our ears wide open and hearing how do we embrace the changes that are happening in society in order to make sure that people are getting what they need out of the services that we offer.
Thanks so much. We're going to do some closing thoughts about considerations for next steps. Before that, we'll do one more question from the audience, please.
I have one from Shindig,
and it's from Catherine Giffen. And Catherine, I hope you don't mind if I modify it slightly, just because I can't read that well. Considering the emphasis on advanced competency and the need for more physical therapists, how do you envision the role of the PT assistant in meeting societal needs for rehabilitation? And I'd like to expand that a little bit just to capacity in general. So when we think about the capacity in these areas we want to expand into, right, what's the capacity building opportunities? And Soumya, I hope you'll actually jump in as well to speak about the experience you had with COVID when patients were ready to leave the acute care situation and no rehab institutions would take them. And so here you have people that need to go somewhere and they can't go. And certainly that's an example of where our capacity can fail if we're not cautious. So if you could take a moment to think about capacity. And Afosa, just to let you know, we have till 2:05, so we still have.
Okay.
Okay?
See.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that's a great question. COVID surged a lot when we were hit with the COVID last year. It definitely made us be creative, but also think about what actually are we, how we are providing care in acute care. And because we were already doing some groundwork on utilizing outcome measures to drive our practice and consults, partnering with our nursing colleagues and our physician groups on promoting mobility in hospital setting, we were able to, on the go, to kind of like put together a care model where we were able to focus on those patients who really need those therapies. That's one. The other thing is also at that time when the surge was happening, yes, we were getting a lot of patients admitted with COVID to the hospital. Our regular units who were not treating those patients or not used to treating pulmonary patients were starting to, were now accommodating, COVID patients. On the other hand, typically in acute care, we were considered as a consultative service also previously, where we do provider recommendations where the patient can go after when they get discharged from the acute care. But when COVID hit, what also happened was that the post-acute care settings were also did not have the ability to take these patients because of the infection control protocols that are in place. So really kind of like that put us in a place where we had to focus on, okay, we have these patients, we need to rehabilitate them in acute care, and so that when they are able to go home directly from the hospital too. Because of the lack of that, post-acute care discharge plan that typically that acute care therapists are used to. So I think this is where that interdisciplinary team effort also helped us a lot, is that where patients who were, even COVID patients who were high-level ambulatory, were being mobilized by our nursing colleagues who were used to this, based on our work previously with AMP. And so therapy resources where we could really, direct those therapy resources to those patients who were lower functioning, and moderately functioning, and had the capacity to progress to be able to go home. So I think this brings up a good point of and I hope that we continue to practice this way moving on. But the pandemic really helped us to think about how do you manage capacity with limited resources, but already use, evidence-based care that we are used to. Like we had a lot of research done already in early mobility in the ICU. We were able to extrapolate some of those evidence into practice and utilize that with our COVID population during the surge to really take care of our patients and help them to go home and improve their physical function.
Thank you so much, Soumya. Thank you so much. All right, we have about 5 minutes left, and one of the hopes and the ideas for this session was to be able to leave you guys with tools and ideas for ruminations or for conversations and for actions. So we're each going to take about 60 to 90 seconds, a bit of how-to, next steps, or at least considerations and potentially action for the time to come. So Anthony, please, we'll start with you.
I think two things. I mean, bringing on these two sort of emerging themes that have come up about gaps and about partnerships, and I think for me, data and information is key, and it's about sort of learning what we can from the information we've got, but also not just stopping at raw numbers, but also going into our communities, into our societies, and really being able to fully understand what is health in your society, and that might be quite different from health in other societies as well. Who's not at the table? Who's not coming to clinics? How do we engage in that? And there's no magic tool or approach to do that. It's about understanding the society that you serve and being upfront and engaging productively with that society, meeting with them, talking with them, understanding their perspectives, and then adapting your practice, your approaches, your understandings according to what that dialogue, what emerges from that dialogue. And I think it's not so much a specific tool, but just a general approach of being able to sort of better understand the communities and the society that we're trying to improve the health of.
Thank you so much. Salmiya, please.
So I think when we think about improving the health of society and how we can contribute, I think one of the things that we want to think about is that, especially those patients who are getting discharged from the hospital, how can we improve their quality of life and help them return to the community sooner? And one of the things that we want to make sure that, when in our practice, day-to-day practice, is how we can prevent those immobility-related harm and how to reduce the debility and the comorbidity and that chronic disease burden that sometimes which starts in the hospital, which starts when these patients get admitted to the hospital, and how from during that hospital care stay itself, we can contribute to by utilizing our resources appropriately, by making sure that we are, as physical therapists, we are providing the right interventions and practicing on top of our license, so that we can reduce that burden on the society that a lot of the time we, that immobility-related harm can contribute to.
During sort of the height after the initial stage of the pandemic, the demand for physical therapy was never greater in our American history. More new patients were accessing us than at any time, and we were under a scarcity of PTs, and the demand was over the roof. What we're good at in PT is this sort of what we can do for one, we can't do for everyone. We're very good at that, and that makes progress for sure. But to really disrupt, to really be a force multiplier, we have to expand our scope of practice. We have to think less about what the role of our support and PT assistants and technicians can do, but what more can a PT do? And as it turns out, we have two sacred cows that we have to deal with. One is the idea in the post-acute network that everything is measured by your initial evaluation and how many visits per eval. Okay? That's that has stigmatized our profession because it has basically said we're only interventionists, right? Well, as it turns out, what we're really good at is assessment. We're really good at risk stratifying. We're really good at directing care. And so we have to think of our language as how many impacts, not how many visits, and our initial impacts. Because you could impact somebody for a first visit through a virtual visit or some type of risk stratification that really gets to resolution and cost savings very, very quickly. And again, I think it's our messaging. I think we have to learn more about how we can be better at direct-to-consumer.
Thanks so much for that. And thank you all. My closing thoughts, just amazing thoughts by you, Larry, Anthony, and Salmiya, absolutely amazing. We've just completed the 100 years. We have a new century and beyond before us, which is very, very exciting. The thing that's on my mind, I'll piggyback a little what Anthony say, is really engaging with society, knowing society, and meet society where it is. The less we look like society, the less society will look to us, to lead it in any ways that we can. So continue to thrive, continue to rise, and continue on the journey for improving the health of society. Together, I believe we can. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you, panelists. That was excellent. I'm going to give you an opportunity also to stand up and stretch your legs for a second, but what I need to ask you, please, is that you are not to leave your seats. It's a moment to stand up. There's a quick change that we need to do at the stage, but please stay right at your seat levels. Just stretch, move around, smile for 5 minutes, and we're going to sit right back down. Thank you. There we go. Here I am. Thank you all for your cooperation and your patience. As you can imagine, we just have another moment or two, and we're going to switch over to another speaker. So I certainly appreciate the patience that you've shown, and thank you so much for cooperating with the stay in your area. I'm so impressed by how I didn't see people even move 3 feet. So we really appreciate that. Thank you so much. We'll be with you in just 1 minute.
We've heard from a lot of excellent speakers, and due to the pandemic, some of them have needed to participate virtually. We have one very special guest here to address the profession. As a PT, we are often involved in many aspects of our patients' lives. We so often get to experience the highs and the lows of the rehabilitation process with our patients and their families, sometimes many times a day. But we love it, and we come back day after day to do it again and again. While our career path is one of service to others, every now and then we are fortunate enough to meet someone who also so unselfishly gives of themselves in the betterment of others. Our next guest has truly lived the life of a public servant, working on national and international efforts to better the lives of all and improve the human experience. Like us, she works tirelessly in her efforts and comes back day after day to do it again and again. While she's not a physical therapist, she is definitely a doctor worth noting. Everyone, please rise for our next guest. Join me in welcoming the First Lady of the United States, Dr. Jill Biden.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please sit down. Wow. Now that's what I call a warm welcome. Thank you so much. And Drew, thank you for that kind introduction. I mean, you've been a healer to both the president and me, and we're so grateful for all of your help. And I don't see you. I don't know where you, oh, there you go. So Drew, you have to know I love you, because how many of your patients would be wearing high heels 1 week after getting out of a boot? So, I'd also like to thank President Sharon Dunn and the rest of the board of directors for the chance to celebrate a century of the APTA with all of you. A few years ago, I had to tell my class that I would miss the next session for personal reasons. Now, my students have a lot of shining qualities, but boundaries are not one of them. So they immediately began shouting, "Dr. B, Dr. B, where are you going?" Well, my sister Jan was having the first of her cancer treatments, a stem cell transplant, and she would be in her hospital room for over 6 weeks. And I tried to explain to them with as much composure as I could muster, but the words caught in my throat. So I turned around and I faced the whiteboard, just hoping to kind of hold back my emotions. And when I turned back around, the entire class was standing, and they lined up and they gave me a hug, one by one. And until that moment, I didn't even realize how much I was struggling or how much I needed their strength. We often think of healing as a science, and it is. Just look at the incredible breakthroughs we've seen through our research community over this last year and a half, from cutting-edge treatments to historic vaccines. But we're not just a collection of parts to be treated and tested. We're interconnected, bodies with hearts and minds. Healing is a science and an art, and it must recognize the wholeness of who we are. There are times when we must lean on each other, literally and figuratively, in order to make it through the injuries of life. That was the belief of Mary McMillan and the women who founded this organization 100 years ago. In the wake of the First World War, surrounded by broken bodies and spirits, they sought to create a community of medical professionals who would do more than splint bones or bandage wounds. They would help the injured truly recover with compassion and care. Since then, the APTA has shaped the education, standards, and best practices of this critical field of healing. You've continued to serve those who sacrifice for our nation in our military, including as an early partner to joining forces during the Obama-Biden administration. Our initiatives support military and veteran families, caregivers, and survivors. You've pioneered the treatment of chronic pain to create safe alternatives to opioids. And in this global pandemic, you've worked on the front lines, helping patients recover and rehabilitate from COVID and its sometimes long-term effects. And in a moment when it's so easy to become numb to the statistics of loss, when our divisions sometimes make us forget that we need to fight the virus, not each other, through your dedication to treating the whole patient, you remind us that there is a name behind every number, a person who is unique and vulnerable, resilient and loved. As we heal our communities, it will take the same patience and respect, compassion and humanity that you bring to your work each day. Thank you for leading the way. When we face challenges and tribulations, whether physical pains or heartaches, there are times when we must find our fortitude and times when we just can't do it alone. There are times when we have to carry the weight of our lives and times when our knees buckle beneath us. Whether you are a clinician who holds someone's hand through the pain of that enormous first step, or a researcher finding groundbreaking ways to improve mobility, whether you're an educator igniting the passion of the next generation of physical therapists, or the head of a healthcare system working to create collaborative care for all patients. You are here today because you have decided to be the strength that so many of us need in our most difficult moments. Never question that you are changing lives every day because you are. Thank you. Thanks so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Surprise! And happy 100th birthday, APTA. I can't tell you how wonderful it was to have the First Lady of the United States, Dr. Jill Biden, address us, a working woman in the White House. Who gets what it's like to be part of a woman-founded organization, who can wear high heels and be feminine, but still really get the impact of our profession on people's daily lives. So I want to say thank you, Drew, for having that connection to your patients. Because without your connection to her and communicating with them while you're treating them, they wouldn't have that understanding of who we are as physical therapists. So I'm honored. I know you're honored to have had that opportunity. And I was able to talk to her backstage, and I said, it's incredible to meet you. I'm so glad that you're a working woman in the White House. She said, I'm grading papers in the motorcade. So she truly does work. So I'm thrilled. I know that was a long stretch break, and I know Tara was trying to take it out, but I would like to introduce back to the stage Tara Jo Manal, who is going to continue our programming for today. Thank you. It was worth it, right? Yeah, standing in place for 15 minutes, yeah, it was great. So we want to catch back up, so I apologize. Our next introduction, which, oh, I'm so sorry, I lost you. You can come. President of our private practice section to speak to us, again, as a sponsor of today's event.
Thank you. This guy, isn't it? So, if I can get my hands to work today. On behalf of the private practice section, its 4,000 members, I want to thank APTA for the opportunity to sponsor this simply amazing event that just got a whole lot better. And I'd like to blame Sharon Dunn, because I thought last night when she sent me a really kind text at 11 o'clock comforting me after a tough day, I didn't realize that she knew what she was doing to me today at the same time. So thank you, Sharon. Future PT Summit. I can't think of 3 better words to describe my friends in the private practice section. The physical therapists. Businesses exist to solve problems and serve society. Physical therapists are called to serve society by solving problems. Physical therapists in business. That is who we are. That is what we do. Business minds with PT hearts, finding better ways to take care of our community with solutions rooted in purpose and passion. The summit. Better is not a destination for our profession nor our members, but a journey. We embrace the struggle and the climb for excellence, knowing we have PPS colleagues who understand, support, and are willing to challenge us along the journey. Friends that show us the path to higher peaks with vistas we would not discover alone. The future. Better answers to more difficult and meaningful questions are still out there. Looking at this crowd, I like our chances that we will find those solutions. You all have a huge heart, bigger ideas. And if you need a home for those solutions and bringing those solutions to your community, please reach out to us in the private practice section. That is who we are. That is what we do. On behalf of the private practice section, thanks for each of your individual and collective input in making the last 100 years beautiful. And we look forward to joining you for that journey for the next 100, and where we will go far if we do choose to go together. Thank you all.
Well done. We are actually ready to move on to the final panel of the day, a fitting topic. To prevent us from thinking now at this stage of the day, of thinking of this as the end, but instead of beginning of our next 100 years. In fact, it actually may be the key to achieving so many of the aspirations that we've touched on today. Passing the torch to our new generation. Our moderator today is Cruz Romero, PT Manager of Exos in Phoenix, Arizona, and also a former Director of Communications from the APTA Student Assembly. Dr. Cruz will welcome our panelists and bring them to the stage. Please enter Cruz. Thank you,
Wow. My heart is a hummingbird right now. I'm sure you can all kind of appreciate that. So it's our distinct pleasure to put the little keystone right at the very top of the pyramid on today's conference, on today's summit, and a couple housekeeping items first. So as Tara mentioned, my name is Cruz Romero, and it's really an honor to be here with you all and to continue to drive forward our profession. My housekeeping item number 2, my fiance is here with me, so just wanted to embarrass her a little bit because I always talk about how great our profession is, and for 7 years she's been able to be alongside me and hear about how great it is, and all these conferences and just loving my people, and so it's very special that she's here with me today so she can experience that. Housekeeping item number 3. In order to keep the energy high, I wanted to do something just a little bit different, and so I want to prep the crowd. So as we all work through this last panel together, instead of applause, what I'd really appreciate is snaps. So just little, yeah, you know how it works. So as something resonates with you, just please feel free to snap alongside us. You won't interrupt our conversation. We're just gonna keep flowing. So just to ensure that everyone's on the same page, just snap if you love APTA. Awesome. Perfect. You guys are awesome. So last housekeeping item is to introduce the panel. So Laura, let's start with you, please.
Thank you all for having us here today. It's a pretty amazing experience so far, so we hope we can add to it. I'm Laura Gull. I am from Massachusetts. I practice in outpatient in a private practice that's part of a larger physical therapy company. I manage a small clinic in my hometown where my husband's father was also a dentist, so my patients have learned I'm the second Dr. Gull on Main Street in Holden. So I've really fallen in love with managing that clinic and learning more about operations of the clinic as well. And I've started to dabble a little bit in PTA education. So.
Awesome, Katie.
Thank you so much for having me. My name is Katie Sutton. I am a physical therapist assistant from Ohio. Currently, I am an academic coordinator for clinical education at Kent State University in East Liverpool, Ohio. So I work with PTA students on a regular basis. And my previous, I was in clinical practice doing outpatient orthopedics up until I came to academics.
Awesome. Calvin.
Wow. Talk about passing the torch today. Well, yeah, my name is Kelvin Lorenzo Rivera. I am from Universidad de Puerto Rico, Recinto de Ciencias Médicas. My background comes basically starting up in passion with physical therapy in Puerto Rico, and each thing led to another, which meaning people like you who are passionate about APTA. I met this person who basically blew me away after Hurricane Maria happened in Puerto Rico. I came to the States for a vacation the year after, and she talked about how the APTA has changed lives and how it improves your leadership, and I decided to basically take my path and jump into the APTA journey. So that's how I got here and became part of the student board assembly, so I'm excited for this conversation.
Awesome, good. Well, welcome, everyone. I appreciate your time for being here. Let's start at a 30,000-foot view regarding passing the torch. So at the very highest level, we have our mission statement. And a mission statement is really to define the company or the business, its objectives, and approach to reach those objectives. I apologize. I text my family, Joe Biden's at my conference, Joe Biden's. And they're like texting me. In true millennial fashion, I have my phone out, so I apologize. And then, and a vision statement alongside with that is, describes the desired future, the position of the company. So our mission statement is building a community that advances the profession of physical therapy to improve the health of society. And our vision statement is transforming society by optimizing movement to improve the human experience. Both of those blend together to provide a statement of the company's purpose, goals, and values. So with that said, as our generation prepares to accept the torch, can each of you share what that all means to you and our futures as leaders in the profession? Laura, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I think it's a great question. These generations, and I know we still talk about millennials, but we have to start moving on because there's more generations behind that. And the younger generations are so excited to impact society, let alone outside of the profession and the association. And so we're getting these professionals who are coming into our association who are thrilled at the opportunity and driven so much by that vision. It's like you're trying to bowl to knock down pins. It's like sending 15 bowling balls down the alley. I think that the key with this is to really let our vision direct that so that we're not getting in each other's way, we're not falling into the gutter at all, and that we're really directing that force together for the same object. So the phrase that I always see in there is optimizing movement. That's our strength, and that is what we do so well. So if we can really start to channel this passion that's influxed into this profession and the association, we can do great things. It's just a matter of figuring out how those passions align with that goal of optimizing movement and improving the human experience.
Love it. Yeah. In the trenches, very like movement. Yeah. Katie.
So when I think of passing the torch, I think of us looking outward just as much as inward and starting to identify future leaders in our profession. I think it is not only our responsibility, but our duty to start envisioning who's going to be next, who's coming up next, and who's going to be taking these roles in the future. So I think that that is something that we need to start doing right away, is identifying those future leaders that are going to continue to carry that torch. But I also think it's us making PT a household name, making PTs part of the primary care health team that we see on a yearly basis. Everybody should get a check-in with their PT just as you would your primary care physician. And I think that we've really positioned ourselves very well in the last 18 months. We've proven ourselves. We've demonstrated our value as an essential part of the healthcare team.
Kelvin?
Yeah, so I agree totally with what my colleagues are saying, and with picking back with what Laura was mentioning about movement and focusing on making sure that our focus between our diversity falls into how movement improves our performance, and that's how it's going to unite everything throughout what we would include as diversity. So making sure that our focus is tailored into how we're moving, how our patients moving, and how we can work throughout the system using movement to unite us in the different sections we may have inside the APTA. And also making sure that we recognize that even though we're looking for leaders and people who come and speak and inspire, like we've seen here today, we make sure that we're going out in the community, as people here have said before, like Jasmine, and we impact that section we are from. For example, for me, I come here and I feel like if I don't talk about Puerto Rico, I'm not doing my job, because that's where I'm from. That's what got me here. What got me here is how passionate I was about how much things we can do in Puerto Rico to improve. And APTA got that channel for me to be able to explore more things, but I cannot just leave that aside and just focus on leadership in the States and forget about where I'm from, because people over there also need this amazing treatment, this amazing professionals. So I feel like it's important to touch key on conversation between our colleagues, our people, where we are from, and that will unite us all and make it better of the profession in a nutshell.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, when we've heard a lot about diversity, right, and our ability to connect with our patients, right, and so as we go and we continue to develop, continue to learn, it's important to remember our roots and to continue to uplift those as well and support them as well. Alongside that, that whole question there, what is your big and bold vision for the next 100 years? What does that look like for you in your mind? Kelvin, we'll start on that end.
So I am a really visionary person, so I see things, I start going crazy in my head, and talking to people like Gifosa doesn't help either, because it just puts me in another level even though. So yeah, I see physical therapy becoming more than just a household name, something that people are excited to learn about and be part of, not just people who work in physical therapy, but family members being able to rally behind us as professionals, as patients, because I feel sometimes the hardest part is going home and explaining your family what you do, and sometimes it's even harder than explaining it to someone else, like a patient you may have. I've been having this discussion with my grandfather, like he has chronic back pain. I'm trying to help. I'm trying to get him the best physical therapist, which I trust with everything in Puerto Rico, which is my professor. And like, he has this in him that is also a weakness, is that he's so independent. He comes from a background that he didn't have what I had, what he provided for his family. He was given, his mom gave him away. He was abused. So everything he has gotten is because he's done it by himself. He's really independent. So when he starts getting to this age with his 60, 80, it's kind of hard to tell a person, hey, I'll drive and take you to the clinic so you don't have to worry about it, and he will treat you. And also the system being around him that has affected him in trusting professionals, because he's been in different clinics and different professionals. It's just hard to convey, even though I'm here standing here and talking to you guys, to convince my family, my grandfather, that he's so independent in everything. But we have to take into account the background of the person, because some people, you cannot just tell them don't drive or don't do this, don't do that, because that's their essence. And how can we rally behind that and keep those people who are such independent and also visionaries as ourselves, don't want them to tell what to do? How can we get those people into clinics? Because they are out there. They're out there. They just want to work. They just want to work. No, I'm okay. I have knee pain. I cannot stand, but I'm going to go ahead and get to the ceiling and paint the whole house. So how can we get to those people? It's so interesting to me.
Yeah. That's you had a lot of gems in there, and that was really a personal story, right? 2.4 billion people need us, right? And our last panel talked about improving society, and you brought it to the very micro level, right? So being able to connect with them from a health standpoint, from a mental standpoint, giving them access to care, right? So all of those things, man, that was really great. Thank you for sharing. Katie.
So there are a couple items that I would like to cover when I envision the future of physical therapy from here, our next 100 years. This weekend has been historical in many different ways, but as a PTA and as a PTA educator, it's important to me that the voices of PTAs are heard, and I think that we established that this weekend. And also, I think it's important that we also establish that we are an anti-racist organization, and that was important. And also, encouraging ourselves to continue to be innovative with approaches such as telehealth, telemedicine, and improving access to rural patients in rural healthcare settings.
Yeah, that's great.
I think you had mentioned being the household name, being beyond the household name, and just in society and in healthcare to be the sought after profession that makes the impact. We've heard it throughout the weekend, PTs are innovators, and we need people to know that, and so that we're not seeking out these organizations and say, hey, we can help you, that they're in their boardrooms and in their meetings going, why don't we have a PT on this? Can someone get a PT on this? Because they're going to help us solve our problems. And I think we're getting there. I think we're starting to see that happening. I think Colonel Tehan's a great example of really going above and beyond of what the stereotypical PT, even in management or in leadership, does. Yeah. And to let that not be the one-off. That's the regularity. That's what we're looking for in the future.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that. Shifting gears just a little bit, considering that two of our panelists are educators and one just finished up his professional education, passed boards. Yeah, that's great, man. Congratulations.
Big push.
What are the implications for education? What do you think are big burdens to our student population and propelling us forward in our future?
Yeah. We say it all the time. We talk about student debt, and I really think that starts to figure into practice. I was thinking about some situation a couple of years ago, and I thought it had to do with burdensome clinical productivity. And I thought, you know what? It's great that I'm in a situation that I don't have to think about trying to get some extra cash. So I don't have to weigh whether or not I need to compromise my integrity. And then I stopped and thought, that shouldn't be a blessing, that should be the norm. We shouldn't be putting our new grads in these situations where they're having to wonder, do I need to compromise my integrity to pay off my loans? Do I need to enter into these situations to make a little more cash to really get where I need to go just in life? Yeah. So I think looking at that, but also balancing off, there's more and more to learn as we expand direct access throughout the country and we see patients who are not as healthy, less and less healthy than maybe the generation before. And I think it's really important to start to really balance that out. And how do we streamline this education process where there's so much to learn, but we can't keep placing the next burden onto our next generation as far as cost?
Katie.
Yes, 2 points that I would like to make on this topic is that advocacy efforts are so important for this because what we do now affects our students in the future and their future. So it's important for us to really be focusing on fighting cuts as far as Medicare cuts goes. That will heavily affect our rural communities. Our PTAs will be heavily affected by the upcoming cuts. So it's important for us to act on that now to help preserve our future. And then I think another area that we really need to focus on is adding telehealth and telemedicine into our curriculums. If we don't start doing that now, we are going to miss the boat.
Yeah.
It needs to happen now.
Love it.
I think talking about students in school, I think one of the things that when I was going through school, I felt, at least in my first or second clinical experiences, sometimes you're getting so much information that it's hard to connect dots when you go into clinical experience. And I feel people like the Mike Reynolds, people like Dominica Fraboni and Jen Esker, who are putting out content, which obviously we want it to be as accessible for students to have that ability to bridge their things in school with the things they are going to see in reality in the setting they are, which is going to have a ripple effect on how the patient care is going to go. So it's not going to be compromised because it's not the fault of the student, because the student just doesn't have the experience enough to be able to know everything, right? So just making sure that we're educating our young people, and maybe this is something I really felt really passionate about, I was saying in our conversations, is providing enough content for students that are either inside DPT school, PTA school, or even high school, middle school, that will catch the attention of the future generation, because that's what we're looking for. And I don't know if you find yourself with what I experienced, but I go to YouTube and I might see a video of 6 minutes, and if it's interesting and it catches my attention, I might see like 5 more. So maybe, for example, if we're here and Laura says something, we could just put 5 minutes of Laura talking, and we say, oh, and then then this person says something interesting and we quote it, and that creates a ripple effect throughout, and people don't even notice, and they might be there 1 hour watching APTA instead of a whole video that they might see and might say like, oh, that's 1 hour, I'm not gonna spend an hour, but without knowing they spend 1 hour, 1 hour and a half watching 5 8-minute videos. So I feel like that's something we can tackle to be able to improve how much people, how much students, how much diverse community we can get into the APTA. I think that's definitely something, because we are always using our phones. So
yeah, I've been there. Yeah, shout out to Heidi and WebPT. She talked about, yeah, we can go viral if we go together, right? Shifting gears, and instead of inward, now let's move the panel a little outward, right? So what, if you had a magic wand and you could immediately change common knowledge of our physical therapy profession, would you rather target our patients, our consumers, or would you rather target other professions in our role in interprofessional collaboration, and why? Laura, let's start here one more time.
Well, I don't really like choosing that. So I guess if I have to, we got to a point a few years ago in the company I was working for at the time where our personal referrals, friend referrals outweighed our physician referrals. And to us, that was a big deal, because when we impact lives, and when you get to see that, not just in one patient's face, but in all your patients' faces, and you see that that grid starts to grow out. I think if we can do that, that's something that clinicians feel they can do, and so it makes it really tangible. You say, oh, well, I'll just impact one patient who's gonna impact 2, and I mean, you saw the COVID charts. If COVID can spread that fast, we can spread that fast. So I think if we can go one patient at a time, it isn't ever one patient at a time.
Yeah.
I will choose patience. I will choose patience all the time. And that is because of a lot of the same things that you said, but also it's those conversations that you have, those random conversations with your friends, your neighbors, who may be having an issue or something going on, and they don't even realize that PTs treat that. So it's often those conversations that you have, and I think that if patients or the general public is aware of everything that we can do preventatively and from a wellness standpoint, as well as after illness, after injury, that they're gonna be knocking at our doors and beating the doors down.
I'm gonna choose the patient because I feel like I'm gonna do the other thing anyways. So I'm gonna choose the patient because I feel like, given my experience in how like everything works in Puerto Rico, if you don't move and if you don't get behind people and try to like tell them what you do and constantly do it until they like get sometimes even irritated and they say, okay, I'll do it, or okay. So if you tell the patient about how physical therapy is working, how this is working, how it's working, and then you tell them, go to your other health professional, tell them this, and tell them what we're doing and how it's helping, and they like get in their head and they like, maybe they're like, I cannot deal with the patient anymore, and I'll just do it, and I'll just go speak with the PT. But those small things work. So if we're consistent with helping the patient is gonna wanna help other people, because the one thing that I've noticed is when you get something good and when you feel good, you don't wanna stay with it, you wanna share it. And that's how I felt when I went to the APTA and we were part of the board. When I came to conferences, I came by to Puerto Rico and I just wanted to give it to everyone, and everyone would look at me like, okay, calm down. But yeah, I feel like that's what we have to do. That's just what we have to do to get passionate people outside of our profession to like push our profession forward too.
Yeah. Man, with your energy, we could solve the climate crisis. Like, that's it. We just need to bottle that up. We just need to bottle that up. Last two questions, folks. Okay, still focusing outward. What are your thoughts on the nature of physical therapists' role in intercollaborative practice, considering our current landscape? So you could think COVID, you could think the future, you could think whatever you want to think, but what is our role? We talked a lot about it today. Kelvin, you want to start us out?
So I was in the Mary McMillan yesterday lecture, and I feel like I was kind of in the fence with this question because I feel like my generic question would be keep working with patient care first and then go around it and with all the health professionals. But I feel like she touched really good on expanding our interprofessional communication to computer science and engineering and people who are working with all these devices that basically we are using every single day, and making sure that we're ahead of not ahead of the technology, but helping make the technology that is going to be a tool that we could use in the clinic, because we don't want something to substitute the one-on-one. That's something I believe is always going to be there if we really want to make change, but we do want to have something to track and to use, either as it's telehealth or as any other thing that might help in between. But I really feel like it really resonated with me the way that lecture was given yesterday about trying to be sure that whatever is being created with people who know about movement, about the anatomy, about everything that is related to movement, and who better to do that than us with them, right? So just going farther away, right? But obviously the essence of keeping what is simple, which is making sure that we're focusing on the patient and from going out from evidence to the other things. And one thing that also resonated with me was I hear a lot of evidence, which is really important. I was talking with someone the other day that evidence is so important, and it's kind of served as a foundation. And but we shouldn't be paralyzed by fear, by evidence, which is something Mike Reynolds sometimes said. But it shouldn't be our ceiling. So it should be our foundation, so we don't harm our patient, and we try to use the best practices to improve it. But we gotta take into account everything else. So we know, when we know the why, we could be creative and do other things other than interprofessional stuff too. Yeah. So that's how I feel about it.
That's great. Katie.
Well, I think just to play off of what you said, keep the main thing, right? So continue to focus on our patient care, keep the patient in the center of what we do. I think it's important for us to recognize that the last 18 months have been really hard for everybody, but I think that we've really solidified what kind of value that we have and what kind of value that we can give our patients. And our job is not going to be through. We have a lot of people in our community and in our society that are going to need our help for a long time. And as we continue to learn more about COVID-19 and care after COVID-19, I think we're just going to continue to see the benefits for our patients continue to soar with our services that we can provide.
Thanks. I'm going to go a little different direction. I think we all need to keep reminding ourselves that we are doctors of physical therapy, and so we have to act like doctors of our profession. And in that sense, in the healthcare scheme, we need to stop looking at a subservient relationship with physicians. They have a great role to play, and it's part of a team. But this is the level where we are. This is our body of knowledge. We have the evidence, we have the outcomes, we know this stuff. The education is there for us, but we need to start taking that responsibility and practicing at that level. I think someone earlier today said at the highest level of our credentials. And if we were all practicing that way throughout the profession, we really own this, and I think we need to continue to work on taking more ownership of it.
Yeah, I heard it earlier, last question. I heard it earlier that in order to get here, in order to get to 100 years, we had to stand on the shoulders of giants, right? And so with that and reflecting on the last 100 years, what would you all, you have a really special opportunity right now, what would you all like to say to our leaders and our past generations of physical therapists?
Well, it's funny, I actually hadn't really thought about this until a few weeks ago when I was playing with my 6-year-old in the lake. Have you ever tried standing on someone's shoulders? So it's a process, and it's actually a team process, and there's a reason why someone might want to climb on your shoulders. Perhaps it's to get higher for some overarching goal. So there's a little teamwork process in getting that person up on your shoulders. And you've got their hands, and you're getting them up there, and they're standing right there. And the funny thing I never thought about before is the person upon whose shoulders you're standing. It's kind of rocky, it's kind of wavy, but they're not standing down there going, come on, hurry up, just jump. I'm gonna lose it. Nope, they're holding as steady as possible so that you can work together. And you know what, if you jump together, you get even that extra lift. And so I think all that is to say thank you, because we know your feet have not always been on firm ground. And I think you've built this association to give your footing the firmest ground possible. And what that does is give us the highest leap possible.
Wow. It's really good.
I mean, I have had to go after all of these amazing people all day long. I mean, the First Lady, I don't even know how I can compare here, but yes, thank you to the past leaders and the current leaders that we have today in the profession. You have built such a strong foundation for the future that really we just have to springboard off of that. And to the emerging leaders, I just want to encourage you to take your best yes. Go ahead and put your name in for that volunteer opportunity, because you never know what committee it's going to land you on and what kind of opportunities are going to come knocking at your door. So always give your best yes. And I think that it's really kind of ironic and kind of cool to think that, number one, this profession was established by women 100 years ago. And the profession was also established in a very not a great time. So it was turmoil, it was after war, post-pandemic, and look how far the profession has come, and it thrived. So that really gives me hope for the next 100 years.
That's great.
So this question, we also discussed it, and I still wasn't clear because what I was going to say. But yesterday I was by like 11 p.m. I was just walking through the registration area where there is the whole historic timeline of how we got here. And I should have been sleeping, but I was reading each one of those. And it was just like overwhelming to know that how much work has been done before we step here on the stage. And we just have to keep the conversation going and the action that goes with just using words, because we don't want to lose their principles, which was basically action, right? We don't want to forget that action speaks louder than words, and in today's world, sometimes words speak louder than actions, and that's something that I feel like we have to keep working on to maintain that principle that I feel is really important for the profession to keep growing.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I think for me, there have been a number of leaders that have poured into my life and have helped me develop along this journey. I see Sharon, I see Justin, Janine, Lisa, Amelia, she's out there somewhere, Joe. Yeah, and I just want to say thank you, really, from the bottom of my heart. You have sacrificed so much for us and put in work day in and day out, away from your families, traveling, coming out here to support our profession and our extended family. So really, from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much. It really means a lot to me and the work that I do every day, the passion that I get to live out every single day. So with that, I'll invite Tara back up to close us out. So thank you all very, very, very much.
Thank you very much, and what a tremendous ending panel that we had today. And more than that, I just want to say from the bottom of my heart that if you are even 1% of what we have in potential, the next 100 years are going to be amazing. So thank you for that hope. Okay, I would also now like to introduce Rich Spina. He's the Vice President of Sales at New Step, one of today's sponsors. So Rich, if you'd please come forward.
On behalf of New Step, we'd like to congratulate the APTA on a remarkable 100 years as a member association for physical therapists, physical therapy assistants, and students. We are here with great honor and happy to join you on your centennial celebration, and especially given the fact that our relationship goes back a long time and we have a combined mission of transforming people's lives together. That relationship started almost 30 years ago when we introduced our first recumbent stepper, and at that point the physical therapist community accepted it, embraced it, and enthusiastically utilized our products and really enabled New Step to be put on the map, a small family-owned organization from Ann Arbor, Michigan. So we want to thank you for all of that. Since that time, in the years, we continue to use physical therapists and rely on physical therapists to be instrumental, influential advisors for us in the new product enhancements. Your observations, your feedback, your recommendations, your insights really help us guide us in our new product enhancements that we're doing and our new product development that we continue to strive for. It also keeps our focus on creating safe, effective, inclusive products that meet the needs of our customers and your patients. In short, we owe a great deal of gratitude and thanks to the physical therapy community for really our success in the healthcare community and marketplace. Looking forward and looking into the future, we wish the association continued success in their work to advance the physical therapy profession through its educational programs and advocacy. You guys do fantastic work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we can all agree that this has been a remarkable day, and our sponsors, ACAPT, HPSO, New Step, Performance Health, the Private Practice Section, WebPT, and WaterPick really did help us create a truly memorable summit. Can we please give a hearty round of applause to all of those sponsors? And I'm going to mess up the teleprompter, guys, so you can hang for 1 second. I'd also just like to say a thank you on behalf of everyone here to Capital Turnaround, to Bray Asia, our production company, who are amazing. Susan Gage Catering, and I saw food out there, so there's even more to go. And the entire APTA team that worked, volunteered, put together, reviewed videos. I mean, literally, we're texting all through this whole thing to each other, helping whatever was going on. I mean, what an amazing group. So congratulations to all of them. And now I have the distinct pleasure to turn this microphone over to our president for final concluding remarks from this amazing summit. Sharon Dunn.
What a week. What a way to wrap up our week with the future of our profession. What an incredible panel. You guys did an amazing job. I agree with Tara Jo. If the future is like the four of you, we're indeed in great hands going forward. You know, whenever I'm able to be together with others in our profession, I come away feeling re-energized and in love with what I and we do all over again. Today's summit provided all of that and more for me, and I hope it did for you as well. If today's discussion showed us anything, it's that there's always a little bit of the future in our present. Every day, we're making decisions that affect it. That's why discussions like the ones we've had today are so important. We need to realize it's what we want to do and commit ourselves toward it. Then we need to take the deliberate steps to get there. It's hard to say how much of what we heard today about our future will actually be realized. That's not a matter of success or failure. That uncertainty recognizes that the new opportunities will arise, ones we can't even imagine yet. Our potential evolves slowly and rapidly. One of the most famous quotes related to business, innovation, and our ability to forecast the future was by automaker Henry Ford, who said, "If I'd have asked people what they wanted, they would have said faster horses." It's not unusual for us to instinctively know what we want to change, but be clueless about how to bring about that change. That doesn't mean give up. That means try something. Be the change. Don't be afraid to experiment, and don't be afraid to fail. Maybe 100 years from now, people will be living some of the things we envision today. We can't know for sure. What I can tell you is that each of you has a role to play. Each of us can engage in the seemingly small efforts that combined can grow into a wave of change. I want to again say thank you to all of our presenters and panelists, to Tara Jo, and to our entire staff team and our sponsors for an amazing day. Most of all, thanks to everyone here in the audience and watching virtually. My faith is in you to carry forward our profession and association toward a thriving future. Again, this week started out magically with a centennial gala at the National Cathedral that was magical. We had a House of Delegates, and we had today's Future Summit, and I am so fulfilled and so grateful to all of you and to the incredible staff that pulled this off in the middle of a pandemic after 4 years of preparation to get us here today. And I'm so grateful for the board who has worked alongside me and our staff partners to make sure that we did this following all the public health policies, and we did it safely, and I'm very grateful for you for observing all the precautions that were set before you. So enjoy the rest of your day. Have a great day on the Hill tomorrow, and goodbye and God bless.